Once upon a midnight dreary, we were here with Kent, weak and weary, and all and such and so forth. Welcome once more to the Ultimate History of Video Games, Volume 2, the dramatic read-through by the Gaming Alexandria crew. Wonderful people here tonight. We've got Dale, who's pretending he doesn't hear us.
Lurking back.
We have FTB.
Hello.
We have Foxhack also lurking, and we have Mr. Alexander Smith of They Create Worlds.
Hello.
Love to see you all here. All right, we're ready to delve back into Kent, or are we ever ready for such a thing?
We are not prepared, but we will do what we can.
Yes. Now, before we delve into the words of Mr. Stephen L. Kent, we'll be going to Chapter 6 this time around. I think we should take a look at the words of one Mr. Stephen L. Kent from back in 1997. I dug this up. This is a thing he put on the Videotopia website. For those who don't know, the Videotopia was kind of the collection that eventually became the National Video Game Museum down in Frisco, Texas. And they were they were one of the pioneers of like getting video game history as a thing kind of going. And Stephen Kent, the original volume of the Ultimate History of Video Games, he was going to call Electronic Nation. And so as a little preface to a bit that he put on this website, he wrote a small introduction dated September 26, 1997. So we'll start with that because I think it has some relevance. Introduction. I've been racking my brain to come up with a single good reason why preserving the history of video games is important to so very many people, and it is a difficult thing to do. After all, the love of video games is a very personal thing, while the cultural or technological impact of them is not. Video games had a major cultural impact for a fleeting moment in history, and a steady cultural impact for a quarter of a century. But I suppose that whether future generations look back at them with either the same amount of enthusiasm they have for digital watches and pet rocks, or with a level of appreciation reserved for works of art or literature, depends on how well history is presented. Having said that, let me now state that I have spent the last several years of my life tracking down the greats of video game history and recording their stories to preserve them. And in some ways, the dollars and hours I have spent doing this defy rational justification. Since I have no complete explanation for the extent of my efforts, I am very glad to know that other driven people are also devoting their time to similar pursuit. An entire technological subculture seems to be springing up, and one thing the people in this subculture share is an appreciation for the sheer artistry that has gone into the masterworks of video game history. The greatest ambassador of that subculture is the games themselves, and the best way people can see these games is by visiting Videotopia, the one exhibit in the world that contains nearly all of the most influential games in history under one roof in their natural habitat. Stephen L. Kent, September 26, 1997.
I don't think I've ever read that before.
It's buried just on this website as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
I like the part about him spending money.
Yeah.
Did the
I've seen that a lot.
did they ever meet that goal of having like a place where you could go to play?
Videotopia was a traveling exhibit. They would take it to various conventions. As far as I know, there was never like a singular Videotopia building.
Right.
Yeah, that's accurate to what I remember. I remember Videotopia. I mean, I never went to a convention where they were at, but I remember them from back in the day.
It doesn't sound cheap.
No, I mean, housing anything isn't cheap. That's
No,
why
traveling anything like that also not free. Maybe that was Steven's money. I don't know.
Yes, all that journalism money. You know all about that, don't you, Dale?
Oh, the rich book, and Alex can speak to rich book revenues.
Of course.
Oh boy, yeah, that the money keeps rolling in.
The Scrooge McDuck.
One penny at a time.
Yeah.
I just get residuals of actual pennies.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. I don't get those. I'm not getting the royalty checks for 25 cents. 2 cents. 2
But-
bits.
And a haircut.
Yes.
So yeah, I think it shows that there was some enthusiasm behind this idea, and it's kind of an early statement on video game preservation, as such. Though I think it's a little high-minded, and he's not the only person doing it. Like there's another page on this, and it mentions Leonard Herman and Mark J.P. Wolf and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's interesting in its time and place, because he was in the middle of the PlayStation era, and everything was moving so fast. It seemed like there was the past was supposed to be buried in the past. So I think that this is a intriguing little bit of writing by one Mr. Stephen L. Kent. But from that, we will move on to Chapter 6, A Rising Tide. Let's hear it for our returning voice of one Mr. former senator and former living person, Senator Joseph Lieberman, Democrat of Connecticut. FTB, take it away.
Tell me about Grand Theft Auto.
A reporter responds, "Your character in the game is a criminal in the city. You can steal cars to build a criminal empire. When you get injured, you can steal a car and hire a prostitute to get your health back."
And you think that is fun? How is that fun?
Jacob.
So if we're calling him a former senator here, didn't he by the end wasn't he an independent? So shouldn't he, if we're talking about his
correct.
final state in the Senate, shouldn't it be former Senator Joseph Lieberman, I, Connecticut? Just,
Not that
just
it
saying.
matters.
The D could stand for dead.
He was not at the time this book was published, though.
Dead party.
Jacob, you can take Nagai Kroll.
But each of your actions has consequences. Start shooting pedestrians and the cops will do their best to bring you in. Shoot a cop and his buddies will call the FBI. Kill the FBI agent and the military will pull out all the stops to take you down with extreme prejudice.
From a Newsweek article.
Sony had more money, and marketing. They had an 18-month head start. They had better games. Other than that, it was a fair fight.
I'd give up my Ferrari and my office if Shigeru Miyamoto, creator of the original Mario and Legend of Zelda games, quit Nintendo to go work for Microsoft. Jay Allard. From
On cocaine, apparently.
Well, he's the guy of the the whip marks and all that. So
That's right.
Heaven on the Floor. The Electronic Entertainment Expo had lost some of its original flash, but it's still a spectacle. Well, it has lost. Okay, he's talking. It's funny, he probably published this like 2018, but wrote this like 2018 or something. In his early days, companies like Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft spent millions of dollars reserving floor space, building elaborate booths, and throwing enormous parties that I went to, all of them.
All of them.
The 2001 Electronic Entertainment Expo was a particularly memorable event. I was there, with 2 companies launching new consoles against the backdrop of Sony Computer Entertainment's impressive second-generation library. I mean, Nintendo was on its, 5th generation.
Is he going by the Wikipedia definition? Does Sony have like a bunch of like Coleco games that they're just like proud of?
The Los Angeles Convention Center, which had become the de facto home of E3, has 2 main show floors, the West Exhibit Hall and the South Exhibit Hall. Don't ask where the others went. Those were the areas where the companies built extravagant but temporary palaces.
The others are now liminal spaces that can only be accessed
by watching the back rooms.
Yes, they're only hastily remembered by indie game developers on itch, putting them in PlayStation 1 polygonized graphics for horror things.
That was where attendees went to visit the likes of Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony, Konami, Capcom, EA, and Activision. Not Ubisoft. Nobody went to those. Sony and Nintendo typically built their prefab fortresses in the West Hall, while Microsoft joined companies like THQ, Namco, and the now hardwareless Sega in the South Hall. Can you imagine being hardwareless?
Hardwareless.
Is he
Are you
implying
even
that like the kiddie table at Thanksgiving is the South Hall at E3?
Yes.
If you don't have hardware, are you even a real company? Come on. Sega, they still exist, but you know. These booths were big deals, with entire walls of TVs and acres of show floor space. Electronic Arts festooned its booths with banners of famous athletes. Konami had a Jumbotron, and the sound systems. There was an unspoken competition to see who could drown out each other with the loudest explosion.
Do you remember the Konami Jumbotron, Ethan?
I can't say that I do. The West and South Halls became Times Square in miniature. Okay. They were teeming with attendees, packed tightly together. Busy days at E3 were as hard on your hearing as they were on your nerves. The constant boom of gunfire and explosion, the yelling, the crowds.
Are you having a war flashback, here?
And in the center of all the madness of E3 2001, industry veteran Jeff Castaneda sat as serene as a monk in a monastery in Rockstar Games' celestial white show booth on the opposite side of the South Hall from Microsoft. It looked like a little ashram with its eggshell walls.
It does not look like an
curtains.
ashram. I've seen this booth.
The booth wasn't enormous in the sprawling, towering way of the Electronic Arts and Activision booths, but it was spacious. Rockstar was a rising force in the industry. It had published a lot of games, some of which received headline attention for violating moral taboos, all 2 of them. Rockstar's first game, created under the DMA Design moniker, was a moniker? That's not quite accurate, but
Yeah. Created by another company called DMA Design.
Well,
I guess he's trying because they became Rockstar North later.
yeah.
I think he's jumbling up Rockstar and Rockstar North.
Was Grand Theft Auto GTA. Released in 1997, GTA received worldwide attention, mostly from the anti-violence lobby. Educators, religious leaders, and politicians accused Rockstar of promoting violence and criminal behavior. Critics often lumped the original GTA with the game Postal as reprehensible twins, since they were both published in the same year.
So Rockstar as a label was founded in 1998. GTA was published under the label of BMG Interactive.
Yes.
So
Postal, like the original Grand Theft Auto, was viewed from a top-down perspective, featuring a lot of violence and was set in a modern urban world. That's where the similarities end. Whereas GTA games have always featured intricate storylines. Postal celebrated violence for violence sake. It was fast and featured non-stop shooting at civilian targets that the mentally unstable protagonist has mistaken and identified as dangerous.
Sort of. Postal's a horror game.
It was. Go ahead.
Well, it's like Postal isn't Postal 2. It's specifically a horror game that isn't really. It's definitely diving into full edgelord, but like I do think it's trying to be a horror game first and foremost. It's everything about it is kind of saying that this is not a good thing and that it's not really like putting you in a position where anything about it is enjoyable. It's a horror game to me.
It wasn't that GTA was a bad game. It was that it was about bad people doing bad things. It was a game in which players stole cars and ran errands for underworld gangs. Jacob.
It opened the door for a new kind of gaming experience. People latched onto it.
it's far from like the first of this kind of thing. You know, the gaming experience of GTA was like top-down Crazy Taxi. Like that's the main, you know, just there are some trappings on it. The game doesn't outright say it, but your character is absolutely having a psychotic episode or being possessed. It does not specify regarding the original Postal. The original Grand Theft Auto was a success, a million seller. I don't think that's true. I remember when you looked at the numbers in your thing.
That would seem to be odd, just because time and place.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Other early games from Rockstar, such as Wild Metal Country, Austin Powers' Oh Behave, and the PS2 launch title Midnight Club Street Racing, had not sold nearly as well. Even Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto follow-ups, GTA London 1961, GTA London 1969, and GTA 2, weren't as marketable as the original. Weren't the London ones just expansion packs, basically?
Yeah, it was. But yeah,
and
no,
GTA 2 was the science fiction-y almost sort of thing.
It did sell eventually over 1 million copies. I
Okay.
don't remember what I said, you know, in my podcast way back in the day, but it did.
All right. But mainly on the back of the fact that, you know, they had deliberately caused controversy. So, you know.
That's right.
Which is not going to be mentioned here. Those first GTA games are played from a top-down perspective, with players controlling the action from the sky as their avatars stole cars, completed missions, and caused mayhem. At a time when politicians and ratings boards were cracking down on excessively violent games, the ratings boards weren't about cracking down, they were about making sure that they could sell those without any problem.
Yes.
Especially criminal-style violence. Grand Theft Auto and Postal became the poster children for censorship and reform. Not in the U.S. In the U.S., like there wasn't anything specific that happened with the original Grand Theft Auto games, and Grand Theft Auto 2 didn't sell that well. So
yeah, there was a little bit of like people being like, "That's weird," but like it's 3's the one that really started getting, and then you know San Andreas is the one that gets all the lightning rod.
I think we're going to be talking about some hot coffee at some point in this book.
Damn good coffee.
Rockstar was a player, but not a top-tier player. It wasn't a Capcom, Konami, or an Acclaim. I mean, it probably wasn't even an Interplay.
Neither was Acclaim anymore.
It was a young company with a handful of recognizable titles and the right person in charge of PR. Well known and well liked throughout the industry, Jeff Castaneda greeted journalists as they entered the booth, many of them visiting Rockstar as a courtesy in a hurry to get to their next appointment. See, GTA was only a success because this guy talked to the press, you see.
That's right.
Rudy's not mentioning Lemmings at all.
He doesn't know that that DMA Design was not just a label of Rockstar.
Yeah. He probably thinks Psygnosis made Lemmings.
But Castaneda had 2 aces up his sleeve. He's a big cheater. In a corner pavilion separated from the rest of the Rockstar lineup, he had 2 gritty, violent PlayStation 2 games set in urban environments, both filled with crime and destruction, both set in fully 3D environments. One of the games, one that attracted the most attention, was State of Emergency. Oh, we're gonna get a Rally X Pac-Man story here? All right. Which showed panicked, rioting mobs. This wasn't the first game to feature 3D worlds with a crowded backdrop of autonomous characters. Dynasty Warriors 2, a PS2 launch title in Japan, took place on crowded battlefields, but this was different. In Dynasty Warriors 2, players had to cross heavily populated landscapes fighting enemies who attacked. The enemies controlled the action. In the new game, players instigated the action. Pedestrians generally floated along the various locales until the player stirred up trouble and caused riots. The demo was stunning. It looked like the game was entirely about riling human herds into wild stampedes. As only 2 years had passed since the World Trade Organization riots in Seattle, mobs and riots occupied a space of interest in the American psyche. I have no idea. Like,
Did it though?
I do not think that has held. If it was at the time, it has not held because I've barely. Heard of it.
In 2001 there was another event that kind of collected over our consciousness.
Yeah, but that's not happened yet here at this E3. So.
Yeah, but the WTO riots were definitely like a thing that people were aware of, but the LA riots were more talked about than the WTO stuff.
Though it wasn't the most talked about game of the show, State of Emergency left in a memorable impression. Journalists visiting the Rockstar booth were less likely to remember the game that played on the station beside it. The game Castaneda kept pushing visitors to play. Compared to State of Emergency, this game had nearly empty sidewalks, but cruder graphics. The characters' faces looked blurred. The buildings and cars looked good, but no one would call the graphics a breakthrough achievement. As he ushered people through the booth, Castaneda tried his best to promote both games. He needn't have bothered. One glance at State of Emergency and most visitors were hooked. You could tell I'm speaking purely from personal experience. Unnoticed in the background, two of the people who had created the other game watched in disbelief. One of them was Leslie Benzies, the game's lead designer. The second was Sam Hauser, the game's executive producer and the co-founder of Rockstar. The game they'd brought was the third entry in a series of games that had mostly vanished from the public consciousness. Grand Theft Auto I. This chapter does not discuss the creation of Grand Theft Auto 3. Readers interested in learning about the creation of the game and its reclusive designers should consider reading All Your Base Are Belong to Us by Harold Goldberg. Again, recommending a bad book!
Yeah. Leslie's credit on GTA 3 was producer. I'm sure he was involved in the design, but that's not what his title was.
Yeah, the Harold Goldberg, he did talk to some people, but also he got involved with a whole bunch of controversy because he allegedly stole emails from Ralph Baer, and
that was bizarre. But and also, I mean, a better book to read would be Jacked.
Yes,
by Kushner.
Yeah, by David Kushner. Which, again, doesn't have a whole lot of insight into the Hausers specifically, but,
No, but it has a lot of insight into Rockstar generally.
Yes, and once again, Kent is pointing us to the wrong places. The game that made video games cool. All right, Alex, take Tom Russo.
Blake Fisher had a good nose for big games that were early in development. He was like, the next GTA is going to be a big deal. The guys at Rockstar want me to go to England and do a story on it. I told him, that means you're going to be gone for a week, and that's a quarter of our production time. You're our primary previews guy. How do I lose you for a quarter of a cycle on one product? I can't just send you on the faith that they're going to have something amazing to show us. I tasked Blake with coming up with stuff that would impress me, so he gets me an animatic of a guy opening a car door and ripping the driver out. There was no explanation as to what it was. It could have been a cutscene. I had no idea how it worked in the context of a bigger game. I was like, okay, I'm looking at this, but what? With no frame of reference around it, I was like, I'm supposed to send you to the UK for a week. This is what's supposed to convince me. You're not going. We could have had the world exclusive on GTA 3, and of course, when the game comes out, it's this amazing open world game, and it blows up in a way that not anyone was prepared for.
Tom Russo, former editor-in-chief, Next Generation. Now, my curiosity with this would be, Next Generation was a spin-off of Edge magazine, which was UK-based.
That's true.
So why would they need to send someone out for that? They, in the early days, Next Gen would just reprint stuff from Edge. What? Yeah, how is this? I don't
Maybe
think
they were busy dealing with the guy that trademarked Edge.
that guy. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't think this story is super important in any case. It's just, you know, Kent highlighting his journo friends, but, like,
Right.
you know, like, we could have had the world exclusive, and then what? You would sell, like, a couple more magazines? All right, bro. Cool story. But the video game industry had begun an evolution without anybody noticing. Not the executives and evangelists of Microsoft who continued courting top-tier Japanese game developers. Not industry analysts who predicted that GameCube would likely outsell Xbox based on popularity of Mario and Zelda games. And not the journalists who spent E3 2001 fawning over Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. The focus of games was shifting. With the exceptions of the Donkey Kong Country games, all the top-selling games of the Super NES were made in Japan, except for 2 Mortal Kombat games and Disney's Aladdin. The top 10 list for Sega's Genesis came from Japan as well. The bestsellers for the original PlayStation included 2 Tomb Raider games, a Harry Potter, and a Crash Bandicoot, but nobody identified that as a trend. What trend? What would you see?
What are you? Yeah,
So a
what-
Tomb Raider, a Harry Potter, and a Crash Bandicoot walk into a bar.
They say we're not Japanese. Give us some better treatment, all right?
That's right.
It wasn't just that the Mortal Kombat and Tomb Raider games were made in the West. It was that they weren't particularly family friendly either.
Oh yeah, that Tomb Raider, that known. I mean, I know she has big boobs, but come on now, that known unfamily friendly smut piece, Tomb Raider.
Sega's Tom Kalinske had spotted the beginning of the trend without necessarily seeing how far it reached. Yeah, nobody else had ever seen that the aging demographics of video games. Not a single person aside from Tom Kalinske. Nintendo took a school-like approach, welcoming new generations of players the way schools receive new classes, and allowing older generations to outgrow their market the same way schools send graduating classes on. Under Kalinske, Sega took a department store approach, offering something for everyone. Not really. In an effort to attract Nintendo graduates, they were aiming for the teenage market.
Yes, they were.
For players who lost interest in Sonic the Hedgehog, Sega offered them Madden NFL and Mortal Kombat!
Yes, neither of which were available on Nintendo systems. Now, I know. In a lot of ways better on Sega systems, but that's not the point.
Then Sony announced that 57% of the original PlayStation owners were 18 years old or older. The industry listened, but few people knew what to make of that data. Jacob.
Who's this?
It is.
Just
I
a
think it's
quote,
just
I think,
yeah.
From,
John Taylor.
Article.
Okay. The relevant audience for video gaming has been expanding over time, as evidenced by the increasingly larger bases of hardware and increasingly higher peak revenue years. What began as a market for children with the Nintendo Entertainment System NES in 1985 has evolved into a mass market with revenues that rival movie box office receipts. Several milestones were reached in 2000, including the sale of the 100 millionth Game Boy system and 60 million PSXs, the original PlayStation, sold globally. In the US, the cumulative sales of 32 64-bit machines reached 40 million, the highest yet during any cycle. According to Sony's cumulative data, about 57% of PSX primary users are over 18 years of age.
Okay, why would you put this here and then have the quote down here? I hate you, Kent. I hate you. Down to my bones.
Yes.
So, Arcadia Investment. So this is from the HEMU, I guess. How you would pronounce, acronym that.
Ayamu.
In 1998, Electronic Arts founder and 3DO CEO Trip Hawkins stated that the audience for his new 3DO multiplayer game console would be the same people who read Playboy. Did he get? I think he got the year wrong on this, but that is 20 years old and up, college educated and male. Most of the industry dismissed the comment as nothing more than
Trip being Trip.
I was waiting for
I
him.
mean, maybe it was a clumsy attempt at referring to the M2. Maybe
But
the
at that
year's
point,
right.
he'd
and
already
was about
sold it.
90,
He'd already
596.
sold it at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. By 98, he was moving on to Army Man games.
In that same interview, Hawkins said he was unimpressed that Nintendo and Sega had sold some 40 million consoles in the United States. He envisioned a day when game consoles would be as common as VCRs. Keep dreaming, Trump. The difference between video games and video recorders was that VCRs were a mainstream commodity. Hawkins made that statement at a time when VCRs were nearly as ubiquitous as televisions, and blockbuster video rental stores were nearly as common as grocery stores. From 10 years old to octogenarians, most people had something they wanted to watch or record, be it family movies, Saturday morning cartoons, sports, or Masterpiece Theater on PBS. I think we know what.
As opposed to what? Masterpiece Theater on MSG? Like, what a weird way of writing that.
Saturday morning cartoons were not a thing anymore by 1998. Obviously, you
Yes.
could watch cartoons on a Saturday morning, but that is completely different from the networks competing for the childhood audience with cartoons on Saturday mornings. You're showing your age,
Yeah,
Kent.
that's a whole other topic, but there's a whole thing on that and how they were, people were skewing older in the cartoons they were showing, and they were getting upset about it and trying to work with stuff. That's what there's even that's what results in, like, Pinky Elmira and the Brain and stuff like that. That's a whole big pile of worms.
In 1998, video games were seen as playing to a niche audience. Sega may have worked its way into the high school market, and PlayStation may have found a home with the frat house crowd, but pandering to school kids and college students was still seen as far from mainstream. Mainstream Americans didn't play video games all night. They drove Toyotas, read books, and watched Friends reruns.
I mean, Friends was still on the air. They
Yeah, I think so.
would also just watch new Friends episodes.
And don't forget Degrassi. With the release of Grand Theft Auto 3, the Playboy reader demographic started playing video games. Games had matured. Instead of featuring a mustachioed plumber running cross-country through the Mushroom Kingdom, or a speedy blue hedgehog in the Emerald Hill Zone, Grand Theft Auto GTA 3 followed the exploits of a bank robber who was betrayed, shot, and left for dead. The game took place in New York-inspired Liberty City, a 3D environment with streets and pedestrians, cars and traffic, stores and gangsters, cops and sex workers. Players could explore the vast cityscape by foot or hijack a car and go for a joyride. Instead of seeking coins or rings to restore their on-screen character's health, GTA players picked up heart-shaped health pickups or hired sex workers. Those wishing to replenish their health for free could simply use their cars to run over sex workers after receiving their services. I mean, that is a thing you could do, but,
Yeah. You could also go shoot a random pedestrian for the same effect.
Of course. Jacob.
There was something about the way that the game delivered freedom, being able to walk around and drive through an open world that in some ways felt fairly giddy and sort of modeled in its own way on the real world. You're listening to radio stations that are in your car that are playing the same songs that you might listen to on the radio in your own car. You're living this outlaw life in this world, and the world responds to you. Pedestrians respond to you, and the police respond to you. There are missions, but it's not levels and goals in the same way that you saw in traditional games. It felt like this place you could go to. I think that was powerful and intoxicating for people.
We had gone into mature themes which only Western developers could do. I don't think the Japanese wanted to or cared to or were creative in these elements to be able to do this. It felt like all of a sudden games were portraying life like R-rated movies that you wished you could play as a game, with mature themes, with controversial violence, gratuitous violence. As you well know, there were fast cars, guns, prostitutes, shady characters. I don't think we'd ever seen anything like it.
Just because clearly Japanese games hadn't made any R-rated games by that point.
I mean, I think that I get the sentiment of this, GTA wouldn't have happened in Japan, And I mean, it's never been that popular in Japan.
No, but there's stuff like Kenkabancho and things like that we're kind of thinking along the same lines. Like and even you can argue like the Kunio-kun games would have, moved in that direction in a certain way. Like I think that's kind of reductive when people always say that. It wouldn't have been, because Grand Theft Auto is a European game about America in a lot of ways, particularly the sequels. So, I think people forget that and they're just like, ooh, it's this big interactive environment, but like there's legitimately more to it than that in some ways, but whatever.
When he made his games, Nintendo's legendary Shigeru Miyamoto believed in creating the game's landscapes first, then searching for activities they presented. No, that's not at all how he developed things at all. Like,
Yeah, that is.
he was develop the system, make it fun, and then make levels. Like,
Yeah. They spent so much time figuring out the camera on Super Mario 64 before they ever thought about environments.
if ever a series of games shared that philosophy, it was Hauser's Grand Theft Auto series. He did it all himself. Even the first one. That was Dan Hauser, all by himself. With unique cars to steal, some neighborhoods with chop shops and red light districts, and others with upscale businesses and police stations, each locale presented its own enticing possibilities. Grand Theft Auto 3 exemplified another of Shigeru Miyamoto's golden rules. It was huge and generous, offering hidden rewards and surprises around every corner. Remember his most generous game, Super Mario Bros. 2?
Yeah.
For the arcade? This mushroom's poisonous. Now die. Nintendo's best games, like those like Pokemon, not by Nintendo.
Not Miyamoto.
Zelda, Mario, and Metroid, also not Miyamoto.
Not by Miyamoto.
Yeah.
Take place in enormous worlds. Enormous? Not always. And present players with surprises. Just when you think you're finished, you're finishing the game, new and totally unexpected challenges arise.
I don't know about that. Metroid's got a
princess
map.
is in another castle.
I've only been tricked 3 times. Only the most fanatical players unlocked every secret in Mario's worlds, or caught every Pokemon. I mean, you couldn't catch every Pokemon. You had to trade for them.
That's right.
Sony, likewise, packed so many virtual models of real-world cars into every Gran Turismo game that only the most dedicated drivers could ever hope to drive them all. The first
For my
surprise...
great shame, I've done that with 2. I went through every single car in the Gran Turismo 2.
The first surprise with Grand Theft Auto 3 was the sheer size of its landscape. As the game began, players found themselves in a single borough of Liberty City. By 2001 standards, that first borough represented a fairly good-sized map. As the game progressed, players escaped a jealous mob boss, thus opening 2 more boroughs. The game quickly went from good size to enormous, and each new borough brought a trove of new possibilities. Like real cars, the cars in Grand Theft Auto 3 had radios. Like radios in real cars, the radios in GTA 3 had multiple stations offering both talk and music selections. Then there was the voice acting. Rockstar quietly hired a higher tier of Hollywood talent than players were used to, other than companies that had published games starring Bruce Willis, Apocalypse, or Aerosmith, Revolution X, or Phil Hartman, Blasto. Yes, Phil Hartman, A-list actor right there. I mean,
Yeah.
well remembered, but come on.
Hey, I'll step in for that. Everybody loved Phil. He's like the John C. Reilly of the yesteryear.
He was a method. He was not a lead.
Yes, but you wanted him there. Everybody cheered when Phil walked in.
Or not method, I mean character actor. That's what I meant.
Yes.
But in those games, the actors were touted as a reason for buying the game. The voice talent in GTA 3, which included respected second-tier actors like Kyle MacLachlan, Twin Peaks, Damn Good Coffee, Robert Loggia, that's it, Scarface, and Sopranos stars Frank Vincent and Joe Pantoliano was hardly ever mentioned. I highly doubt that.
City deserves a better class of criminal, and Rockstar gonna give it to him.
Yeah.
Rockstar delivered, and the critics responded. Alex.
The game is riddled with a breadth of goodies, starting with the mafioso rag-to-riches story, high-quality music, telling cutscenes, and not ending with its giant, bristling, extraordinarily complex landscape.
From IGN. Oh, Jeff Gersman. Who wants to take Jeff Gersman?
Well, I guess I'll take Jeff Gersman.
While
the missions in GTA 3 are fun and sometimes wickedly challenging, there's also a great deal of fun to be had by simply exploring the world around you. Rockstar and DMA Design have obviously spent a lot of time adding tons of little touches to the game that will almost completely unnecessary make the world seem like a living, breathing place. Lots of little side missions are included, triggered by jumping into a specific vehicle. Stealing a taxi will let you pick up passengers and deliver them for cash. Jacking a cop car lets you embark on a vigilante missions to clean up the streets by killing specific criminals. Fire trucks and ambulances also have their own specific missions. Jeff Gertzman, GameSpot, apparently just describing how you play the game.
That was how video game
Very
reviews were
respectful
back in
reading.
the day. But I felt like Jeff was here in the room with us. A number of critics praised GTA 3 for its sense of humor, but not everyone was amused. Having called for congressional hearings to investigate the over-the-top violence in Mortal Kombat games in 1993, Senator Joseph Lieberman was incensed by the criminal behavior depicted in Grand Theft Auto 3.
The content of many games is becoming more vivid, violent, and hurtful to our children. This relatively small but highly popular minority of games, as Dr. David Walsh of the Institute on Media and the Family, has pointed out and shown us graphically, is not just pushing the envelope, they are shooting, torturing, and napalming it beyond all recognition and beyond standards of decency, certainly well beyond what every parent in America would want his or her children to be stimulated by, to be watching or playing. A very troubling, I'd say infuriating trend in these games is the extent in which women are the new target of choice and the most violent of the video games. All of this says to us that it may be time for a new round of congressional hearings to focus public attention on this problem, to raise parental awareness of its consequences, and to find some solutions.
Man, what necromancer did we use to bring Joseph Lieberman back?
Probably didn't take much. You know how they get.
He's a revenant.
In Australia, the Office of Film and Literature Classification slapped a refused classification rating on GTA 3, officially banning sales of the game. I don't, like, I know the story around San Andreas, but I'm not...
It's possible. I mean, I'd have to go, but, Australia was weird because they did not have a classification for 18 and older. So they often banned games in Australia that other jurisdictions wouldn't.
Right.
So it's possible. I'd have to look, but it's credible.
According to the office's director, Des Clark, the classification was given on the grounds of sexualized violence. Oh no, I need to do that in Australian accent.
Australian accent, yeah.
On the grounds of sexualized violence. There we go.
Rocco's Modern Life had a Grand Theft Auto 3 episode.
Back in the United States, a $246 million lawsuit was filed against Rockstar, Sony Computer Entertainment America, and Walmart when stepbrothers William Buckner, age 16, and Joshua Buckner, age 14, of Newport, Tennessee, were arrested for firing .22 caliber rifles into traffic on Interstate Route 40, killing 45-year-old or Aaron Hamill, and severely injuring 19-year-old Kimberly Bede. After unsuccessfully attempting to have the suit heard in local courts, the families of the victim dropped the suit. So you didn't even say what they claimed. Like, what was the claim? That GTA told them how to do it? Like, or what? Like, gotta be clear about these things.
He also didn't mention who was the lawyer that was representing the families in said suit.
Yes, but for that, you can read Jacked by one Mr. David Kushner. Despite attacks from civic and religious leaders, despite otherwise favorable reviews being prefaced with warnings about appropriate audiences and reprehensible criminal behavior, and despite an MA rating from the Entertainment Software Rating Board, Rockstar sold 635,000 copies of GTA 3 between October 22nd, 2001 and the end of November. By the end of December, more than 1.9 million copies had been sold in the United States. GTA 3 was the top game of the year. Madden NFL for PS2 came in second with 1.65 million copies sold.
Grand Theft Auto even brought back some lapsed gamers. There was such a buzz about it. When something's bubbling up into the consciousness and becoming undeniable, that's what was happening with Grand Theft Auto. I had friends who hadn't touched a console in a while. Then they either saw it at a friend's or heard about it. The few of them got consoles to play that game. The people I'm thinking about specifically would just sit on the couch, smoke a joint, and just drive around creating mayhem until they hit 5 stars. The police took them out and then they would just start again.
I did that, except without the weed. I promise.
His drug of choice was heroin. No, just
Halo Combat Evolved, and more importantly, Halo 2 were the catalysts that brought console games online. But Grand Theft Auto 3 defined an entire generation of video games. The history of... Oh, God!
Oh,
God!
no!
Oh, The history of console games has been broken down to a list of generations epitomized by the following consoles. Blah, 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 blah. We don't need to read this, but, like...
Okay.
I'll bring back the ghost of Joe Lieberman to tell you the history of console games has been broken down to a loose list of generations epitomized by the following consoles: Magnavox Odyssey Pong beginning 1972, Atari
Pong from
2600
72.
and Television ColecoVision beginning 1976 with the release of the Fairchild Channel F, Nintendo Entertainment System Sega Master System beginning 1983, though the NES didn't reach the United States until 1985, Sega Genesis TurboGrafx Super Nintendo beginning 1989,
Wrong here.
PlayStation Saturn, Nintendo 64 beginning 1993 with the release of the 3DO Interactive.
Wow, he is going against Wikipedia there.
PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox Dreamcast beginning
Wrong year.
1999.
yeah.
Wii, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 beginning
Wrong year.
2006.
Wrong year.
PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Wii U beginning 2012.
Okay, that's correct.
Switch, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series 6 beginning 2017.
How the
and then I died, so I don't know anything further than this.
Honestly, that's probably what would have been written down for him, just like off the cuff or whatever, like proceedings he had to do.
But like, he says like beginning 1983 because the Famicom was released in Japan, and then he just completely fucking ignores that. Like,
Let me ask you, Mr. Hawkins, is this correct in the terms of the list of the console generations?
and then of course he has to put Dreamcast as a major thing, but 3DO is just a minor thing. Don't worry about it. Oh my God, yeah. we were almost praising him for not.
I like the implication that the 3DO caused the Super Nintendo and the Genesis and all those things, like the PlayStation and all that. Like, sorry, the PlayStation and the Saturn. Like not that the Saturn being in development a long time. Not all that stuff. It's like, oh my God, the 3DO is coming. We better up our hardware.
And down our prices.
But Grand Theft Auto 3 defined an entire generation of video games as much as any game before it, as much as Super Mario Brothers defined the NES era, and even more than Tetris defined handhelds.
Like hell.
He didn't mention the handhelds in his little generations footnote.
Grand Theft Auto 3 and GTA games that followed removed the nerdy stigma that had long haunted games, opening the door for a new audience that had previously ignored or possibly outgrown video games.
So for some reason, that paragraph has been highlighted 10 times by people in the Kindle ecosystem.
Oh, man. Alex, you can take Rod Cousins.
Video games were considered a fad. I came out of Chicago once after attending CES, and I was flying back to London. I sat next to this guy, and he started chatting with me. Now, I've never met this guy before in my life, and he said to me, "What do you do?" I said, "Video games." And he turned his back on me, and he went, "One of those." Today, when you say to people, "You've done video games," and they go, "That's really interesting. Wow. Tell me about it."
You know, if you wanted to emphasize the point that GTA 3 was the changeover, then, like, why not get a quote that actually mentions?
Nowadays, if you tell someone like that you've done video games, they're going to have to go, "Wait, do you mean making the games or, like, just playing them for money?"
It's true.
Critics compared game designers Dan Houser and Leslie Benzies to movie directors Martin Scorsese and Quentin Tarantino. Rockstar...
That was when 4 came out. That was that stupid review when 4 came out. The Perfect 10 that was like, it's as good as a Martin Scorsese movie.
Yeah.
Rockstar would go on to release 2 more GTA games for the PlayStation and Xbox, Grand Theft Auto Vice City and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Now, they completely leave out, like, it was going to go to Dreamcast, and then Microsoft was looking at it, like, that would have been interesting. You know, you could say, like, oh, fuck the development details, because fucking Goldberg covered it, but, like, come on, like, this is you're really interested in these console wars, so why not discuss that?
They really wanted to talk about the world design without clarifying the fact that the difference between that and Mario 64 is that Nintendo had to basically create that engine from scratch, whereas they just got renderware.
Was it? I don't think it was renderware.
On 3, at least. Or like 3 and up, at least.
I don't think that's right.
Well, at least part of it.
I know, like, one thing that they did was the disc streaming and all that, and I don't think that was like... I thought it was a custom engine. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought it was custom. Anyhow, Dale, you will be needed in some amount of time.
Criterion renderware, but with, like, custom C++ libraries, basically.
Okay.
Certainly a lot of that stuff would have had to have been, like, grafted on because renderware wasn't, like, a proper, like, top to bottom engine, but...
Right, yeah.
So, but yes, today I'll be ready in about 10 to 20 minutes because Peter Main is coming. So long to Sonic. He's dead. No more.
They're taking him out to the shed.
We came back from E3, and Peter Moore calls up from Sega, and he says, "Hey, Robert, I'm going to be in town. Do you want to get together?" He's obviously meeting with Nintendo. I said, "Sure." Peter and I had gotten to be pretty good friends at that point. He comes over and he says, "So here's what our data tells us. Our data tells us that consumers don't care about your platform. Developers aren't developing for it. And it's going to be too expensive and not sell well. Other than that, you're in great shape."
Peter Moore could see the writing on the wall at Sega. The company's profits were down. Sega lost 1.78 billion yen, about $14 million in 2002 dollars, the year before. Now that the Dreamcast was officially discontinued, the layoffs had begun. I mean, there was cost reduction well before this.
Sure, yeah, there were lots of layoffs before that, yeah.
Platform manufacturers needed larger marketing and administrative teams than software publishers. Sega had begun publishing games on PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube, but the Sega brand didn't carry the same cachet on other systems that it had on its own hardware. Panzer Dragoon Orta, the long-awaited fourth installment of an iconic Saturn series, didn't clear 150,000 units in the United States, despite nearly universal praise among critics, including me. Of all the games Sega released in 2002, only 2 broke the 500,000 threshold. Sonic Adventure 2 on GameCube, which is not the right title. It is Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Thank you. And Virtua Fighter 4 on PlayStation 2. Across all platforms, Sega released 15 games in 2002 and sold a combined 5,865,000 unit copies. As he always did, Peter Moore put on a good show at E3. The press loved him. He'd earned the respect of industry executives as well, having told Sonic creator Yuji Naka to fuck off. He'd burned bridges with Sega of Japan. Just before Christmas 2002, I got a call from Robbie Buck, and then a subsequent call from Steve Ballmer. I went up to Seattle for lunch with Steve in early January of 2003. It didn't take me long to figure out this was a role that I was excited about. I accepted the job. My first day on the job was February 1st, 2003. Shortly after Moore left the company, Sega America Vice President Mike Fisher went to Japan to discuss ways it could keep up with evolving Western tastes, like Yuji Naka's giant cock. He brought up Grand Theft Auto 3 and explained that the market was aging. He said that the people who'd grown up with Sonic were now in their 20s. Many were attending college, and they wanted more sophisticated games. Unlike Peter Moore, Fisher was fluent in Japanese. He'd lived in Japan and worked in Namco's Tokyo headquarters. Namco's? What? Was this in the interview? I don't remember the Namco part.
He worked in Namco as well, though I think he worked for Namco in America, not in their Japanese headquarters. But Sega first, yeah.
His wife was Japanese. Fisher made his case without a translator, editing his words for politeness when he spoke to Yuji Naka, creator of Sonic the Hedgehog and Knights, Yu Suzuki, creator of Shenmue and Space Harrier, and Hisao Gucci, creator of Crazy Taxi and Virtua Tennis. Convincing Oguchi was particularly important as he would replace the current president of Sega after the merger with Sammy Corporation in 2003. Is that how that worked? He replaced the president of Sega?
Yeah, he became the president after Sato. That's accurate. It's a weird way to put it, but it happened.
Like Moore before him, Fisher found Sega of Japan resistant to change. Jacob.
Story I had heard, I believe I heard it from him, was that Yuji Naka had always
That most
wanted...
reprehensible of human beings, the worst person who was ever involved in the video game industry ever.
I'd always wanted to work at Nintendo, and I didn't make it and came to Sega instead. During his time at Sega, he was one of the people who believed the most in that Nintendo ethos, that games should be family-friendly entertainment. I remember making the case that Sega needed to be open to making mature-themed games, and Naka being so upset, literally having little fluffy spit bubble coming out of the corner of his mouth, saying, "You want us to make porn? Is that what you're saying?"
At least this is consistent with his later interviews.
He's always like this when I talk to him.
Yes, because, software companies in Japan never started by making adult titles.
Like Moore, Mike Fisher joined Microsoft's Xbox team in 2003. Fortunately, we don't have the person who did Julian Eggbrecht before, so... Alex.
Sometimes a company is severely out of tune with what the market wants. You can say that Nintendo with the GameCube. You can say that for Nintendo with the Wii U. Sometimes you have a company being 100% in tune with the market. Look at the Switch, or look at the Super Nintendo at the time. It's so weird, and it has oftentimes nothing to do with the technical capabilities of the system.
Beautiful, beautiful. Starting in February 2000, Nintendo of America underwent a changing of the guard. On February 14th, NOA chairman Howard Lincoln stepped down to become the full-time CEO of the Seattle Mariners Major League Baseball team. I mean, yeah, he was still on the board. Are we going to get to that? Lincoln, who'd been with the company since its early days of importing arcade games, had long been the corporate face of Nintendo in the United States. He'd been a good spokesperson, respectable, intelligent, and armed with a sharply sardonic wit. Minoru Arakawa, the president of Nintendo of America and son-in-law of Nintendo chairman Hiroshi Yamauchi, assumed Lincoln's responsibilities for the interim. He must have felt abandoned without Lincoln in his next office. It's so sad. Lincoln had been part of NOA team since 1981, when Nintendo first hired him as outside legal counsel. But that's not hiring. That's like,
Right.
That's an agreement.
82 is, I believe, when he joined the company.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sorry, just looking ahead. Now, Nintendo of America is on track to post its best financial results ever in the fiscal year ending in March, amid continued strength in the company's Nintendo 64 player line and a rush by children to play Pokemon games on handheld Game Boys. Lincoln told the Wall Street Journal. What does this have to do with anything of what was just said? Who the fuck knows? Mike Fisher again.
Thing you said. Like for sure. By the time that took place, Lincoln's retirement, I think Arakawa and Lincoln were wistfully thinking about the good old days when Sega was all they had to worry about, and Sony and Microsoft weren't beating down the door.
Or, they were just ready to retire because they were old. Could have been that.
Remember when we had a monopoly?
Lincoln
Arakawa was ready to be retired. He was passed over. But anyway.
Well, we'll get to that, I think. Lincoln retired a month before PlayStation 2 launched in Japan. Expressing confidence that Nintendo's next console, still referred to as Dolphin at the time, would be a success, he told Wall Street reporter Jim Carlton, "I think I'm going out at the right time." He was, and he wasn't. Lincoln's image...
Isn't that always life? Isn't that always the way it is in life?
Lincoln's image was conservative, corporate, and more than a little stodgy. He was an executive you could set your watch by. He presented an image parents could appreciate. The clean-cut chairman of a company marketing toys to their kids. But now
yes, the average parent knew who Howard Lincoln was and knew exactly what he looked like. Because he was in all of the commercials.
Of course.
I mean, come on. They didn't know who
Well, there
Howard
is
Lincoln
video
was.
footage of him doing a testing where there's a kid playing in a house and he's sitting on the floor with the kid. I guess that maybe Kent thought that Howard Lincoln just came with all acquired houses around that time.
It's
Yeah.
really the
press
Mr. Rogers of
knew him.
video
Like a
games.
dwarf statue in a garden. Or no,
Yeah.
I remember Howard Lincoln personally delivering games to our house.
Love it. Love it.
Now, little Timmy, let me hear what you thought about this new title from our...
Yeah, it was always creepy.
You blow on a Nintendo cartridge enough, it turns into magic smoke, and Howard Lincoln just appears in your house like Tinkerbell.
And remember, Timmy, if you disparage our games publicly, you signed an agreement with us, and we will sue you within an inch of your life.
But now, the market was aging, and the young Turks at Sony were hip and trendy. I don't think you want to make that comparison, Ken, but anyways, tailor-made for the new wave of college-age consumers. Lincoln represented the respected old-school Kaz Hirai and Andrew House with a new school.
Ridge Racer.
I remember that one. Nintendo was kid-friendly. American kids collected copies of Nintendo Power as if they were comic books. Sony published a magazine as well, Sony Style. I've literally never seen this. What? Sony Style?
So you're not going to go with official U.S. PlayStation magazine?
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to go with Sony Style instead?
That was for Squares. This is the hip one. Sony Style.
The name fit the electronic giant's chic image. Sony operated a chain of upscale Sony-style retail outlets as well. I have been to some of the Sony stores. And Sony also owned Movie Studios One, right? I don't think they bought another.
The family tree is a little complicated.
Yeah.
The James Bond movies were released by Sony-owned United Artists. Yes, the hippest movies of the era.
Yes, because
Bond
Die Another
movies?
Day was so popular.
Mhm.
MGM.
It was so popular they had to bury the franchise for years and try to figure out what to do with it. So yeah, clearly,
Hoping to add a little glitz to its toy company image, Nintendo of America.
But in all seriousness, I mean, they were released by MGM. I don't think there's a single Bond movie. I mean, obviously, sometimes you have co-producers or whatnot, but like, that's MGM. That's why Amazon owns it now.
Yeah, no. There was a slight. I think they had its part. Like they had a small stake in MGM and also a small stake in the rights to Casino Royale. They did a swap that allowed Spider-Man to go in, and that was a whole thing.
Yeah, that was part of a weird deal where they were.
He's okay. So James Bond's a little bit weird because UA gets acquired by. So UA was the original, but then it gets acquired by MGM in I think '83, if I'm not mistaken. So that's why it's just Aeon Productions has a weird family tree. That's all it is.
Oh no, I mean I'm sure it does, but like that is not the same thing as saying Sony released James Bond movies, and I don't think United Artists was owned by Sony.
Yeah,
The
I don't think
Sony's
that's right.
Sony's proper involvement seems to have been about 0405, just as part of a consortium that kind of
Right.
back.
Yeah, at that point in time, they weren't involved with MGM UA.
Yeah, looking
so,
at the Wikipedia article, no, this is not
I mean,
right.
no one likes a good corporate shenanigan more than me, so I'm fine with
I
all
love
the
this.
nuance. I'm just saying that
Example of Sony's
what I'm
prowess
just saying is just plain wrong.
Mm.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just afraid that the guy that made Thunderbolts, that wrote Thunderbolts, going to sue him.
Well, at the time, sure, but now Spectre's out, and all that should be cleared up.
Hoping to add a little glitz to its toy company image, Nintendo of America held a Hollywood bash to promote its 2002 holiday lineup. Celebrities attending the event included singer Christina Aguilera and actors Leonardo DiCaprio, Colin Farrell, and Alicia Silverstone. Having recently appeared in the first Fast and Furious movie and a surfing movie called Blue Crush, a young Michelle Rodriguez returned to the event almost unnoticed. I told you guys he would have this weird obsession with name-dropping actors. I told you. And here it is. Sitcom
Well, we
stars...
did have the baseball thing earlier.
No, you're thinking of the wrong author here. That's Harris. Sitcom stars Matthew Perry and Zach Braff were other attendees.
I mean, has anyone ever seen Blake Harris and Stephen L. Kent in a room together?
FTB, Beth Llewellyn.
We did a big launch event down in LA with Hollywood celebrities because we were trying to ensure that we would appeal to a larger audience instead of being pigeonholed as just a toy or just for kids. I remember Christina Aguilera because there was a picture of Perrin and me with her that ran on either Billboard or Variety, one of them. Perrin kept trying to get a picture with Leo DiCaprio, but he shrugged her off because he wanted to play the games.
And, like, he's so insistent every time he brings back up somebody.
He said, "You're too old for me, Perrin."
But, like, he's always obsessed with, like, reintroducing people, and this time he just says, Perrin, where are the editors? Where are the editors? Nintendo put on its red carpet event on October 24th. On the surface, Nintendo seemed stronger than ever. The GameCube games on display looked great and played well. But behind the scenes, Nintendo was falling further and further behind. Alex.
First year GameCube sales in the US totaled approximately 1.2 million units, exceeding expectation but finishing the year out of stock at retail. Nintendo struggled with supply issues until June 2002, when retailers received volume shipments to support the price reduction of $149 announced at E-3. For the full year, GameCube unit sales reached 2.35 million units in the US per NPD Funworld, approximately 1.2 million in Europe per International Development Group, and 1.2 million in Japan per Media Create. Software sales in the US totaled 13.2 million units, with some 4.2 million in Europe.
From the Himu thing that Kent just has sitting around in his drawer. So that's what he draws everything from.
Yes.
Nintendo spent most of 2002 unable to keep up with demand for GameCube, and then there was a newly released Game Boy Advance. Nintendo of America sold 7 million GBAs, Game Boy Advance / and 24.3 million GBA cartridges that year. I mean, if you're just gonna quote from this again, why don't you just quote? You know, and don't rephrase it. Come on, Kent, you coward! You coward!
It seems like an editor thing.
GBA was an especially attractive platform for games targeting younger audiences with Nickelodeon and Disney-themed franchises. As John Taylor, chief analyst at Arcadia Investment Corp, pointed out,
many publishers viewed GBA as an attractive and low-risk way to leverage properties, as games typically cost well under $1 million to produce compared to disc-based games at several times that amount.
For Nintendo, it's the 1-2 punch of Advance being synergistic with GameCube. There will be more and more games that use the two, and plenty of titles that will be wonderful on either platform on their own. There's been absolutely no indication that they have a keen interest in networking or wireless games or network gaming for the foreseeable future. Richard Doherty, chief analyst in Visioneering. All right, Dale, your time's coming up. Better get over here. On January 8th, 2002, Minoru Arakawa, president and founder of Nintendo of America, announced that he was retiring, effective immediately. Arakawa, who had founded NOA at the age of 33, was 55 years old when he retired to live on the beaches of Maui. Dale! Dale!
Dale.
Did he go to the bathroom at the exact wrong time? Well, none of the placement of these quotes matter. We'll get through the rest of this, and then Dale will read the quote when he is available. Arakawa's abrupt departure left an enormous hole. Not only had he been president of Nintendo of America, he'd also been Howard Lincoln's interim replacement as chairman. But he was still chairman. He was still on the board, like, or some role on the board, because he was.
He was still a board. He was still a board member, but he wasn't chairman anymore.
Less than 1 month after Arakawa's retirement, Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing, Peter Main, the last remaining member of NOA's old guard leadership, retired as well. I think
that is more. Don James Erasure.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Exactly.
God damn it! I was on mute.
All right, Dale, take it.
I literally switched to the computer in order to get here.
All right,
sorry.
Take it.
I blew it. Listen, after 22 years in a very, very hard driving competitive business, Mr. Arakawa is truly looking forward to Saturdays in some place other than the office.
All right, yeah, there will be more, so don't go too far.
Standing by with an unmuted mic.
Having started with Nintendo of America in 1987, Main was a fixture in the video game industry, if you specifically read financial papers, I guess. Unlike the soft-spoken Minoru Arakawa and the somewhat reclusive Howard Lincoln, Main was verbose and outspoken.
I thought you said Howard Lincoln was the public face of the company.
Yes.
You can't be the public face of the company and a recluse.
Interviewing Main was an exercise
Howard
in
Lincoln
etiquette.
just went into those publicity with like a cartoon Scooby-Doo ghost sheet with eyes cut in the sheet. That's
the man
Or,
appeared
was
before
just like Big Brother.
Congress. He could have said a toady like Tom Kalinske did, but he showed up himself. How is he a recluse?
He allowed reporters to ask a first question, then generally launched into a stream of conscious monologue that lasted till the reporter ran out of time. You know, Ken's looking down at his notebook that he had from talking with Maine. And however, his filibusters were often laced with solid information. Maine was a pro who knew the industry inside and out because he'd helped rebuild it from the rubble of the Atari generation.
He showed up in 1987 when most of the rebuilding had already been done, but sure.
Arakawa's sudden departure was mysterious. Rumors arose. Some people wondered about his health. Others thought his retirement might have something to do with the notoriously bad relationship he had with his father-in-law, NCL President Hiroshi Yamauchi. A more likely explanation was that he took the blame for Nintendo's declining share of the American console market. N64 finished its generation in second place. More and more, it looked like GameCube would wind up in third. All right, Alex, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any concrete 100% proof, but it seems very likely that he was passed over for head of NCL when Yamauchi retired. Obviously, Yamauchi hasn't retired quite yet, but they're doing the succession planning here, and it seems pretty clear that Yamauchi did not want him running the company after he was gone, and so that's why he then also just suddenly left in a way, because there's no point in staying now, because he's not going to get the big job.
And you have said that things have been intimated to you to make you believe this, rather than
things have been intimated to me by Nintendo staff that were there at the time that he was passed over, and it also makes sense in the chronology because in this period Yamauchi was reorganizing the board and the executive officers and managing directors of the company, and Arakawa was explicitly dropped from the NCL board at the same time that he was bringing in new people onto the board and new people on as managing directors. And so it seems pretty clear that they were gearing up for the transition from Yamauchi to the next thing, and removing Arakawa from the board was a pretty clear sign that Arakawa was not part of that future.
I think my personal theory is he saw a Ghibli movie and he said to himself, the message I take from this is how can I hate my son-in-law as much as this man hates his son?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big snub because, I mean, it had been a family company up to this point, and if Yamauchi, I mean, he had enough control over it. If Yamauchi had said Arakawa was my successor, Arakawa would have been his successor, and the family business would have continued in the family for another generation, but nope.
I mean, yeah, not even Yamauchi's son got it. So, I think he had a pragmatic mind. He wasn't really that wedded to tradition. He wanted the company to succeed, not, just to keep it in the family.
Yeah, his son was way too young and not nearly seasoned enough. So there was no way that was happening. And it seems pretty clear because Yamauchi gave one interview. I mean, he might have given some others, but he gave one interview that's been translated into English in the book Nintendo Magic. They talked to him, and he talked just very little about the succession choice to Iwata, obviously not mentioning Arakawa, but he was talking about how you needed a software person by his definition of software in the book. You needed a software person, not a hardware person, to succeed at Nintendo, and he saw Iwata as a software person. And considering that Arakawa was an engineer by trade, not an electrical engineer, but actually
I don't think that I mean, you said that in the podcast, but I don't think that really plays a role.
I do. I think that he sees Arakawa. He saw Arakawa as a hardware person, somebody.
No, well, I meant the engineer part, because that's just a completely different field.
It's not about the field. It's about the kind of person Arakawa is. He thinks like an engineer. He thinks like that kind of person. And that's the kind of thinking that Yamauchi seems to reject in his idea of hardware people versus software people. That's all I mean. I don't mean that his actual experience as an engineer had any bearing on the decision.
I actually wonder if it has something to do with the fact that Iwata was really good at captaining stormy ships. Like, that's something that's looking at some of the
Well,
health stuff.
the odd thing about Iwata is that Yamauchi seems to have singled him out that he did in like 1992 or something. Like, you have to take charge of this company or else I'm not helping you. And that's like, why would he do that? It could be that he did that at other companies and we just don't know. Like, he was trying to like set up or
it's just, you're my real son now. Get used to it.
That's the easy conclusion to reach. I think that there might be some more nuance to it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, of course there is, but it's just funny to make it think it's like Succession or something.
All right, on we go. We'll go back to Iwata later. Sony came into this generation with the incumbent's advantage. What? Having won the last generation, the PlayStation brand was well established, and now that its console had been on the market for an entire year, Sony no longer had inventory problems. Falling behind Microsoft was another story. A relative newcomer to games, Microsoft managed to elbow Nintendo out of its way in the US marketplace. By the time Arakawa announced his retirement, Xbox had a 200,000 console lead over GameCube. In Japanese corporations, CEOs and presidents often sacrifice immediate underlings to preserve their own reputation. Oh, fun.
Japanese corporations, CEOs often step down to take responsibility for shit.
Yes. When Virtual Boy imploded in 1996, Hiroshi Yamauchi blamed the failure on Gunpei Yokoi, the father of the Game Boy, quote, 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 asterisk, citation, and the dean of Nintendo engineers. Yokoi spent a year in Nintendo's doghouse and then left the company.
Yeah, but it was a punishment tour. He wasn't going to sacrifice Yokoi.
Yeah,
they
Yokoi decided to leave.
Yeah. They don't sacrifice underlings. They do punishment tours. And then if somebody has to resign, the CEO usually resigns.
With Arakawa...
To wit, Hayao Nakayama resigning after the failed Bandai merger, as did the CEO of Bandai.
With Arakawa, Lincoln, and Main out of the picture, a game of musical chairs ensued. Tetsuya Kimishima, previously president of the Pokemon USA, replaced Arakawa as president of NOA. Nintendo of Canada president Peter McDougall replaced Peter Main. You got to replace a Peter with a Peter. Come on now.
A Canadian Peter with a Canadian Peter.
Yes, of course.
That's just weird.
Main and McDougall had completely different styles of management. Main was loud and impatient. McDougall was cut from the same quiet mold as Howard Lincoln. He was soft-spoken and precise. Behind the scenes.
Can you clarify and crystallize your characterization of Howard Lincoln? Because he's been simultaneously public and reclusive, gregarious and silent.
He is many things.
He is the quantum man.
Musical number in Cats in a minute. Like, what's going on?
He contains.
He is whatever man was needed in the moment.
Behind the scenes, Nintendo had entered a tailspin. Its inability to keep up with demand for GameCube hardware translated into diminishing market share. Nintendo frequently...
Yes, this is a world... I'm sorry, I was just going to say, this is a world where handheld apparently does not matter.
Nintendo frequently has trouble keeping up with demand for new hardware and best-selling games. There have been hardware shortages with the release of the Super NES and Nintendo 64 consoles. It occasionally faced similar shortages with software titles like Donkey Kong Country in 1994. Nintendo came nowhere near meeting the demand with the release of the NES Classic in 2006. Skeptics have long theorized that Nintendo purposely underdelivers when releasing new products to create demand. But this stuff was not settled how you do this at the time, at all.
Yes, Nintendo is the only company that has ever had problem with inventory. That's why everyone who wanted a PS5 was able to get one immediately when they wanted it. I certainly did not have to enter a lottery to get my PS5.
Shoppers looking to purchase a GameCube sometimes opted for the PlayStation 2, which was always in stock and had the largest library of games, whereas I got both. Because I'm a yuppie.
You just said that the year before they had inventory problems.
Yes. Sony sold 8.5 million PS2s in the United States in 2002, 6 million in Europe, and another 3.7 million in Japan. By the end of 2002, 38 million people would own PlayStation 2s worldwide. Meanwhile, only 7.2 million people owned GameCubes. The lead Sony acquired with its one-year head start kept getting wider. In Japan, the games market remained as eclectic as ever. The top 5 games in 2001 were Final Fantasy X, PS2, Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, PS2, Dragon Quest Monsters 2, Game Boy Color. No, there's a handheld. Dragon Quest 4, PlayStation. 4? Was there a remake of 4?
Yeah.
Okay. PlayStation, and Onimusha Warlords, PS2. With the Japanese launches of PlayStation and PlayStation 2, Squaresoft released new Final Fantasy games that became the system's first mega bestsellers. What's the definition? What is the definition of a mega bestseller? I mean, on the PlayStation 1, Dragon Quest VII beat everything, so take that, Square. Years later, Enix released Dragon Quest games that became the final bestseller on Sony's first 2 PlayStations. In Europe and North America, however, the market had changed, with 475,000 copies sold. Grand Theft Auto 3 was the best-selling PlayStation 2 game in England. The European market had matured along the same lines as the American market. Rockstar released Grand Theft Auto Vice City on October 29th, 2002. No other games happened in between there, selling more than 4.4 million copies in the United States and another 1.3 million in the United Kingdom. But, you were very precise about when, what was the span of when these copies sold. Now are you doing total lifetime, or whatever? The PlayStation 2's exclusive hold on Grand Theft Auto games ended in May 2002 when Rockstar released a Windows-compatible version of GTA 3. In October 2003, Rockstar released Xbox versions of both GTA 3 and Vice City, and suddenly GameCube became the only console not supporting the most popular series in video games. FTB.
We saw Grand Theft Auto 3 as the kind of game that would never be on a Nintendo platform, at least at that time. We were more thinking, wow, I can't believe they're doing that in a game. Footnote.
In 2007...
Sorry.
And that's why Vice City Stories never happened.
In 2007, Nintendo executives apparently decided to test the criminal violence waters and allowed Rockstar to create a Wii version of the extraordinarily violent game, Manhunt 2. I mean, they were opening in lots of different ways at that time. By the end of 2002, Sony had shipped 38 million PlayStation 2 consoles. Wait, did he say this before?
Didn't we?
Yes, he did. He literally just said this. What the fuck? Seriously. GameCube still had a slight lead over Xbox worldwide, 7.2 million, as said, and 6.4 million, respectively. But that was only because Xbox is virtually shut out in Japan. We're going to talk about this? No? Okay, whatever. Xbox outsold GameCube in the United States and Europe. Apparently,
yes, we know.
Apparently unable to come to terms with the crime-themed games like Grand Theft Auto, Nintendo made an ill-conceived attempt to change its image by expanding into the survival horror genre. I don't think that was the impetus, but whatever. Survival horror games such as... Go ahead.
I don't know why it would be considered ill-conceived.
Survival horror games such as Resident Evil and Silent Hill were horror games in which the scarcity of health items and weapons meant that players couldn't simply shoot their way out of trouble or they'd run out of weapons and health. While the genre was popularized by Capcom's Resident Evil series, earlier games such as the PC hit Alone in the Dark, the 1992 PC hit Alone in the Dark employed the same mechanics.
Now I realize that's a classic definition for survival horror, but that's a funny way to define survival horror when you're about to introduce Resident Evil 4.
Well, also, Alone in the Dark, you used melee weapons a lot of the time, and your fists and legs. You don't run out of fists in Alone in the Dark.
Resident Evil 4 was not about conserving ammo. It was about shooting everything.
Well, I mean, you got scarce ammo. It was not just an action game.
It never been.
It's not scarce in the same way as the early games.
True.
That's what I'm talking.
Unless you're on the hardest difficulty, then it kind of, because it doesn't do the difficulty balancing and branching every time you die that it does on the normal.
Sure.
I was gonna say, because I played that bitch on hard, and boy,
Yeah,
I'd
the
have
hard
to go.
the hard Resident Evil on what I forget what the hardest difficulty is called, but it is 4 is more akin to the first 3 in that yeah.
I felt
When
like
it's not doing the manipulation to make it a kind of adventure, action adventure thing you can kind of sail your way through, where it's just exactly at your skill level. It is a pain in the ass in some sections.
You would literally want
Particularly
to
the water
replay a
room and the
level.
mine.
You would want to replay a level
Right.
in order to conserve your shit going on to the subsequent level. Every time, that's my memory of the game was I would finish a level and it would be like, yes, okay, now I got to play it again and not
exactly.
lose as much
You're
of my
routing chapters instead of routing the game. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But great.
Never again. I always play Resident Evil 4 on normal now.
In November 2002, Nintendo and Capcom established a new alliance that resulted in the Osaka-based developer announcing 5 games for GameCube, including the highly anticipated Resident Evil 4. The games that came out of Nintendo alliance with Capcom become known as the Capcom 5, probably only by journalists and not actually by the companies.
Exactly.
You'll
And
probably find
mentioned that they
Yahtzee
were.
if you do first.
And he should have mentioned they were exclusives. I know they didn't say that way, obviously, but they were announced as exclusives. Mikami said something about chainsawing his own head off. I think if it appeared on the PlayStation.
We might get back to that just because that's a good press story.
Just as a point, there is no reason for that anecdotal to be in a footnote.
No.
No.
It should have been. They announced the 5 games for the GameCube, including highly anticipated Resident Evil 4. These were known as the Capcom 5.
I have no idea what compelled him to put that. Anyway, all right.
Nintendo.
Out of all things.
Nintendo.
Yeah, the editing in this book is very strange.
Just editing? Nintendo also published a survival horror game of its own, Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem, a game featuring an ultra bloody hallucinations called Sanity Effect. We're not going to talk about who made it. All right. When players allowed their avatars' sanity meters to get too low, they were treated to scenes of their characters dying in particularly gruesome ways.
Not just that.
No, sometimes they pretended your GameCube had red screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or they just messed with like the visuals of the thing, like there was something going on with your video signal and stuff.
I mean, I guess
Or your volume. They did volume too.
His focus in this chapter is, games maturing, games becoming more bloody. So, I get the framing, but, yeah. Nintendo's alliance with Capcom quickly crumbled. Afraid of alienating Sony's ever-growing PS2 market, Capcom broke ranks with Nintendo, announcing that a PlayStation 2 version of Resident Evil 4 would be released 9 months after the GameCube version. I mean, that's still basically an exclusive at that point. Resident Evil 4 was released in 2005. By that time, Sony had shipped nearly 80 million PlayStation 2 consoles worldwide. In the end, the GameCube exclusive, now you're saying it, PlayStation 4, sold better on PlayStation 2. In January 2003, Capcom Japan executives explained that the term of the press had taken to mean exclusive had been a mistranslation, and that only one of the games, Resident Evil 4, was ever slated to be a GameCube exclusive. And yet it wasn't, so, they did it. Not really covering your asses there.
We paid attention to market share, but Japan, they didn't want to dwell on it. I don't know how to articulate it. There were certainly plenty of analysts and other folks out there who said, Nintendo, you have great IP. You should give up on hardware and just do software and put it on other platforms. There was a lot of talk about that. And Nintendo, it was not in their DNA to do that. Certainly not at that time.
Another thing that Alex highly emphasized in his Wii episodes.
Absolutely.
Next came an unexpected defection. In early September 2002, Ken Lobb left Nintendo to join Microsoft Game Studios because he'd been doing so much, He did Killer Instinct and then... Yeah, that. Lobb was the longtime head of Nintendo of America's Treehouse, the talented team that localized games for the U.S. market and optimized first and second party game designs. Optimized? What do you mean? What? Optimized?
He tightened up the graphics on level 3.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Treehouse is the QA department at NOA. Like, that's the important thing to know. Lob's departure left a notable void at Nintendo. Not only had he become one of the company's top spokespeople, he never spoke for Nintendo. Like, just that one period with the Rare stuff. But like after that, you don't hear anything about Ken Lobb.
Well, Howard Lincoln was being bipolar again. He was hiding when he was being reclusive, when he wasn't being gregarious, I guess.
But he also worked closely with the most important second-party publishers, especially Rare. The Club, a submachine gun in the N64 hit GoldenEye 007, was named after him. Jacob.
Who's this again?
Shane Kim.
All right. Ed Freeze recruited Ken. He was very unique within Microsoft. Microsoft was just learning how to be a games company, right? He didn't have that dyed-in-the-wool games industry DNA, and Ken was a huge ad because he had so much experience. He was so valuable to me when I was running Microsoft Game Studios, and I think he was really good for Ed. He brought great perspective and experience and respect to game development. He wasn't always right, but nobody is when it comes to game development.
On September 4th, 2002, Rare Limited followed Lob, leaving Nintendo and joining Microsoft. I mean, not really fully, and, Nintendo never really owned them, and, Rare had long been Nintendo's most important publishing partner. No, Rare didn't publish. Towards the end of the Super NES / Super Famicom / SFC / SNES era, Rare emerged as Nintendo's most valuable partner. By the middle of the GameCube era, HAL Laboratories began overshadowing Rare.
So, like,
No,
Nintendo being the
that's
publisher
not
in that
right.
arrangement?
That's a weird statement.
Yeah.
No, Rare may have been viewing more prominent with some titles, but HAL was thick as thieves with Nintendo for a very long time, especially on Japan's side. That's a very strange way of wording
Well,
that.
you have to remember, Japan is a foreign country in this book, so... When Nintendo released the NES / Famicom / Nintendo Entertainment System, it was British-based Rare Limited that discovers the processor's ability to handle split-screen action. Nobody else could have figured it out.
No, that's not true, but whatever. Keep
Slalom,
going.
the first game on the NES / Famicom / Nintendo Entertainment System / FC to offer split-screen versus mode, may have been published under the Nintendo label, but Rare created it. Donkey Kong Country, the game that put Nintendo back on top during the last years of the 16-bit generation, was made by Rare. So was GoldenEye 007, the third highest-selling game on Nintendo 64, and by far the most successful console-based first-person shooter of its generation. In the beginning, the Nintendo-Rare relationship had been more than productive. It had been nearly symbiotic, as in they got some directives from Nintendo and they did whatever they wanted, and then they showed it to Nintendo later. Rare's combination of technological know-how and design creativity had taken the NES to new heights and given Nintendo a win in the SNES generation. New heights like Snake, Rattle, and Roll.
Heck yeah, and Captain Skyhawk.
Nintendo, in turn, had made Rare's founders, the Stamper Brothers, extremely wealthy men. Realizing the importance of the relationship, Nintendo had purchased a minority stake in Rare based on the success of Donkey Kong Country. After the release of GoldenEye 007 in 1997, Nintendo upped its stake in Rare to 49%.
Nintendo didn't buy complete studios at the time. They typically bought part of the company, so that they basically had complete control over the company, but also not to invest heavily into it. They made us, Factor 5. That was weird. An offer along these lines, I believe, in 2002, after Rogue Leader came out.
Having created 4 of the top 10 games on N64, GoldenEye 007, Donkey Kong 64, Diddy Kong Racing, and Banjo-Kazooie. No Banjo-Tooie. Y'all have no taste. Rare inexplicably faded from the picture as Nintendo prepared to launch GameCube. But what? Excuse me? I mean, there's Conker's Bad Fur Day. They were doing stuff for the GBA, and they were working on Dinosaur Planet. Like,
Exactly.
they were not off the map. They were...
No.
In September 2002, Nintendo released Star Fox Adventures, a game in which R-Wing pilot Fox McCloud lands on a primitive planet and undertakes a Legend of Zelda-style adventure. This is coming in your upcoming episode, right? Right, Alex? Talking all about Star Fox Adventures.
No, we just talked about the original. There's plenty of information to talk about Star Fox Adventures.
The rare two-parter will come one day. Originally designed as Dinosaur Planet for the N64, Star Fox Adventures was the only Rare product ever released for GameCube. Microsoft acquired Rare Limited on September 24th, 2002 for $375 million.
Yeah, it was the only game they released on GameCube because the GameCube came out in 2001 and they were bought in 2002.
Yes, and Jacob, take Joel Hochberg, sadly departed.
We came to a point at which we felt we needed Nintendo to buy us out in order to do what they wanted us to do. Nintendo had the opportunity to purchase Rare. At the time when the transaction could have taken place, they came to us with a restructured deal that we rejected.
Though it's funny to do Joel Hochberg as British because he was in fact from Florida. So, but that's fine.
That was the shot in the dark. I was.
No, you're good. And he is also not, to my understanding, a co-founder of Rare Limited.
No, yes, he is not a co-founder. Of Rare. Yeah.
He
Well,
co-founded
that company was just called Coinit.
Yeah.
It was never called Rare Coinit.
Sure.
Yes. He could have spilled the deets on this. I should have called him. I had this number, but John Anderson talked to him, and I was like, that's fine. Then he died. But of course, that is the ultimate thing of us historians. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to know more details about this, and I would like to know what Nintendo was thinking on the side as well, because this would have been after Arakawa and Lincoln and all those people that left, so the people who were in charge of NOA at the time didn't have that connection. I mean, it would have been NCL doing it, and I kind of have a suspicion that NCL really doesn't like the idea of owning a Western development studio. They just do not want to deal with that. So yeah, I think that's kind of a fundamental thing behind all this. I guess they own Retro now, but they kind of bailed them out after, things happened. The buyout gave Microsoft one of the world's most recognized game developers, Tim Stamper. Yes, he was totally recognized. There were two Stamper brothers, Tim and Chris. Tim was the better known of the pair because he was the creative, the artist, the face behind the games. No, he was not the face. What do you mean? Inside Nintendo, Chris, the older Stamper, was highly regarded for his technical prowess. By the time the Stampers first approached Nintendo for permission to develop games for the NES, the Famicom, for instance, Chris had already reverse engineered the system and discovered its innate ability to handle split-screen games, which you already mentioned in the thing above. The Nintendo engineers who built the system hadn't been aware it could do that. Chris developed the technology for adding pre-rendered art to Donkey Kong Country. Tim designed the game. No, he didn't. Greg Mayles designed the game.
He most certainly did not, yes.
Yes. And Chris was not the only person who worked on that stuff, but anyways. During the Super NES / Super Famicom / SFC / SNES era, a time when names of the game designers were just starting to become public, Tim Stamper may have been the best-known console game designer outside of Japan. No way. You had people like Dave Perry and stuff. That would have been printed in the magazines at the time. I know he's mainly a programmer, but that would have been printed at the time. The best-known console game designers in the early 1990s were Shigeru Miyamoto, Yuji Naka, not a designer, Yu Suzuki, I don't think he was very well-known, Hironobu Sakaguchi, okay, that's maybe. Designers like Sid Meier and Will Wright had already found certain celebrity in the PC world.
Sid Wright and Will Meyer.
Yes. I have to read these things fast.
Civilization was a good game.
To think what could have been if they had actually collaborated. I mean, it would have been horrific in some ways, but it would have been beautiful in others. He was widely considered a creative genius within the industry. However, he also had a reputation for being a bit temperamental.
At one level, buying Rare went fine. I mean, it wasn't a particularly contentious transaction, other than they got... those guys. If you want to talk about people who are iconoclastic, those guys were. They had their sort of like bunker in the middle of England, surrounded by a berm so that nobody could see what they were doing. Rare was located in the tiny British village of Twycross, population 850, located about a third of the way between London and the Scottish border. You know, guys who were working on one game weren't allowed to see the other game. They had a very unique culture that was challenging for us to figure out how to how to manage that and work with it.
I don't know that that's really the perception from inside Rare. But, you know, maybe there was things going on at that time that...
But Robbie boxes it so convincingly.
The acquisition didn't include the company's iconic library. Rare's Donkey Kong Country games remained with Nintendo. Shigeru Miyamoto created the character for the 1981 arcade game of the same name. None of the characters Rare created in the extended Donkey Kong universe went to Microsoft, with the one exception. Nintendo allowed Rare to keep Conker the Squirrel. Conker the Squirrel was originally conceived as another cutesy inhabitant of the Donkey Kong Country universe. His first game appearance was in Diddy Kong Racing for the N64. Somewhere along the line, he became something of a reprobate and began drinking and swearing when he appeared in Conker's Bad Fur Day on the N64. I mean, there's a lot of things in there. Jacob, back to Joel Hochberg.
We kept the rights to Killer Instinct, Banjo-Kazooie, Conker, and a number of other character sets that were not part of Nintendo.
Hochberg told Game Informer magazine.
That includes Battletoads, Blast Corps, and Perfect Dark.
Rare is one of those rare studios that has multiple successes. There are very few of those kinds of studios around. Phil Spencer, the former game manager, Microsoft Studios, especially former, in current times. The buyout announcement included a promise from Rare to release 5 Xbox games over the next 2 years. Like many of the great game publishers, however, Rare had a reputation for missing deadlines. No, they were like the most consistent people like around at one time. And I mean, they were also doing a bunch of GBA games, which I know is not going to be mentioned at this, but like they were putting out a lot of stuff in this period. It's just on the Xbox, they only got out Grabbed by the Ghoulies and Cameo? Or is that Xbox 360? I can't remember. Anyways. Asked about that reputation, Rare co-founder, quote-unquote, asterisk, Joel Hochberg responded.
Maybe we haven't been the most punctual, but our games were certainly the best when we got them to the marketplace.
Journalists and gamers treated Rare's departure as a historic turn, but behind the scenes, Nintendo's executives didn't seem especially concerned.
I was at a Napa Valley event hosted by Ziff Davis. I ended up sitting next to Howard Lincoln. I was at Xbox at the time. I made mention of the fact that Microsoft had acquired Rare, and Howard goes, "Thank you so much for taking that off our hands." He thanked us. I was a little bit worried that he might be upset that we stole the studio out from underneath them, but he was grateful.
I mean, that is something to take into consideration, but I feel like this was a NCL decision, not an NOA decision. By the end of its first full year on the market, GameCube's fate was sealed. It wasn't the lack of games which had condemned GameCube to third place. During his E3 presentation, Peter McDougal vowed, we got a Canadian Peter, so new voice, Dale.
Oh dear God. Oh, we're here? Wow.
Yeah.
We launched more major franchise titles in the next 9 months than any 9-month period in Nintendo's history.
Nintendo lived up to that commitment. Over the next 9 months, Nintendo released a Mario Adventure, a Metroid, a Mario Party, a Star Fox, and an Animal Crossing for GameCube. Sega released a GameCube version of Sonic Adventure 2, and Capcom ported 2 Resident Evil games to the console. No, they did not. They remade one, and they made a new one, Resident Evil 0.
Yes.
Nintendo delivered on all its promises, but in retrospect, Nintendo may have damaged an important franchise by placing Fox McCloud in Star Fox Adventure.
So important.
McCloud had only appeared in flight games prior to that. I mean, Smash Brothers had already come out, so that is wrong, Kent.
That is entirely wrong. Yes.
The game sold more than 1 million copies, but it wasn't a system seller. This wasn't the first time Nintendo had tried to prop up a by adding a well-known character to it. A game referred to as Super Mario Bros. 2 in the United States was released as Doki Doki Literature Club in Japan.
God. Now, here's your obscure
Wait. So you're telling me that the North American Super Mario Brothers 2 was Doki Doki Panic in Japan? I did not know that.
Did you know? Needing a sequel to Super Mario Brothers and fearing that the Japanese follow-up was too difficult, Nintendo added Mario to Doki Doki Panic and released it under the Mario title. They added a lot to Doki Doki Panic, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
sorry.
a
I think I just saw
objectively better
5 new
game than
grave
Doki
stones
Doki
over
Panic.
there from people dying of boredom.
2 years later, when Nintendo released Star Fox Assault with a still largely landlocked Fox McCloud, they're flying sections. Come on. Billy Berghammer responded by writing a review of the game in the form of a letter from Fox McCloud to Star Command. In the letter, McCloud informs his superiors that his unique piloting talents are being wasted and that he will quit if they keep sending him on ground missions. Yes, I'm sure Nintendo was listening the whole time.
I'm sure Billy figured his Pulitzer for criticism was in the mail after that one.
Nothing seemed to fall in place for GameCube. Even great games failed to improve hardware sales in a notable way. The GameCube version of Animal Crossing was a critical triumph. Nintendo sold more than 2 million copies of the game worldwide and wasted so many of my teenage hours. But the game appealed to the Nintendo hardcore. What?
Okay.
Most of the people who got excited about games like Animal Crossing and Mario Party already owned a console. Wait, yeah. Gorgeously rendered and filled with great puzzles, Metroid Prime undoubtedly sold some consoles, but had nowhere near the draw of a Halo or Grand Theft Auto 3. I mean, I think that the system sellers and all that stuff is overemphasized in many ways. And then there was Super Mario Sunshine, the first game directed by Yoshiaki Koizumi, who we saw earlier today, a longtime acolyte of Shigeru Miyamoto. With the opportunity to shape the Mario franchise as he saw fit, Koizumi chose to send the world's most famous plumber sightseeing on a tropical island, armed with a pressure washer.
I mean, the guy still worked for Shigeru Miyamoto. It's a bit much to say that he could shape the Mario franchise as he saw fit. I mean, I realize it's his game for realsies, but it's not like he could just... Miyamoto still had to sign off on everything.
With the Flood, short for Flash Liquidizer Ultra Dowsing Device, strapped to his back, and Mario could levitate over evil oil spills while battling enemies, both familiar and new. It's not oil.
So
it's ink, basically.
Also, shouldn't that be F period, L period, U period, D period, D period?
That is correct.
For something? Yes.
That is how it is in the game.
I thought so.
Critics praised the game and sales were strong at start, but Super Mario Sunshine had a laundry list of problems, some big, some small. It had recurring camera issues, a problem plaguing so many 3D games at the time. It's not that bad. On one level, as Mario scaled a cliff, the camera would rotate behind the mountain, forcing players to continue blind. Jumpman.
Unfortunately, with its fiddly controls, ambiguous stage goals, and a demanding and frequently unfair difficulty, Super Mario Sunshine failed to deliver on the promise of its predecessor, Super Mario 64. It's not uncommon these days to hear Super Mario Sunshine maligned as a tragic misstep, or, even harsher, referred to the lowest point in the franchise's history.
Well, those are some stupid people if they think that's the lowest
I
point.
love Sunshine, and I loved it at the time too.
I liked it, but there were definitely issues.
Oh no, there were some.
I mean, yeah.
Mario...
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
You know, like those difficulty spikes, those sections of, you know, they take away the flood and all that, like that.
Yeah.
As a kid, there's like you get punched in the face, and then it's like sink or swim, kid. It's like.
Yeah, those are some real spikes. I agree with that. Mario Sunshine was not well executed.
Oh,
It's okay in the beginning. It's very ambitious at the beginning, but then it falls apart pretty badly in the later stages of the game. Terrible camera problems. Terrible camera problems. I absolutely love the innovation around the water sprayer. And of course, Splatoon, years later, they actually use that for a much better game than Mario Sunshine.
It's a completely different type of game, but whatever. Xbox launched Internet Ready, and Sony soon began selling an Internet Kit, but Nintendo stubbornly refused to join the online world. That's not true. It had an adapter. I had it. There was an online adapter. It wasn't used for a lot, but it was there. I had both the PS2 one and the GameCube one. Its executives claim they saw no value in going online. When Nintendo entertained questions at E3 2005, the first question asked was, "Has Nintendo discovered the internet yet?" Well, as we know from Blake J. Harris's Console Wars, they were on the internet. They were going to Usenet and doing Q&As. Come on. And actually, they founded their website way early for game companies. It was like 1996 or something. But yeah, they had a presence online, but obviously, you know, they have their sordid past with it. Nintendo's situation went from bad to tragic when Peter McDougal's tenure as vice president of sales and marketing was cut short by pancreatic cancer. He stayed a year, but ultimately resigned in 2003. Jumpman.
Peter was well on his way to getting things going when he fell ill. It's a horrifying thing to watch because he was beloved. He was so kind, so smart, and so determined. He would come to the office regardless and do his very level best.
In March 2003, Nintendo released a game that elevated GameCube's prestige among its loyal fans. The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. The Japanese version of The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker was released on December 13th, 2002, and worldwide in 2003. Okay, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
We didn't need to go to Wikipedia for that. This is the same Legend of Zelda game that had been so derided at Space World 2 years earlier. Not at Space World. That's by people online. That's it.
Yes.
The infamous Zelda. The cel-shaded Legend of Zelda with a pre-teen Link. Now that gamers could actually play it, the reaction unanimously reversed. No, it did not. It did not.
Sadly not.
Jacob.
We at again?
Right here.
No, who?
Is it Barry?
It's just a random
Yeah,
quote.
yeah, from IGN.
The cartoony presentation shocked gamers when Nintendo unveiled it for the first time, and sure enough, some longtime Zelda fanatics even swore off the franchise because of it. But whether one's in favor of the graphics choice or not, there can be no disagreement over Nintendo's triumph execution of it.
Looked pretty good. The combination of cell shading and GameCube's powerful GPU opened the door to communicating emotions on a never-before-seen level for Nintendo. Suddenly, Link, the hero of the Zelda franchise, had an expressive face. The lighting effects and animation style gave the game a more cinematic sensibility. Yeah, the camera work's actually really good in Wind Waker. The Wind Waker looks like a crudely drawn anime. Crudely, come on. But
Spoken by someone who has clearly never watched any crudely drawn anime.
He's not a Garzy's Wing fan, but it had a emotion. Link looked heroic when he sailed his tiny boat across the vast ocean. He looked childlike and oh so vulnerable when he faced bosses who stood 2 stories tall. Then there were the battles. Ganondorf had been huge and scary in Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, but that was just a precursor to the bigger, faster, and more freewheeling battles of Wind Waker, even if they were piss easy. Oh my god, they needed to get the bosses harder, which they did in Twilight Princess. But like, my god, they were so easy. With Wind Waker, Nintendo rewarded its legions of followers for their loyalty, and the Nintendo Elite were to enjoy another victory, with Peter McDougal exiting the company. Yes, the most important thing happening at that time. Nintendo's corporate face was about to change.
And the Nintendo Elite were about to enjoy another victory because that dumb cancer guy, Peter McDougal, was exiting the company. That's what it looks like, the way you wrote it.
Sure.
Unlike McDougal, Nintendo's next senior vice president of marketing and sales had no history in video games. His background included a stint as senior vice president of marketing at the New Concept Management at Panda Management, the parent company of the Panda Express restaurant chain. I mean, they nailed their brands, I'll tell you that. 2 years at the Guinness Import Company, the American arm of the Guinness Brewery, and another 2 years with the MTV Network's VH1 cable channel. His name...
Also Pizza Hut?
Yes,
Also...
the Pizza Hut man. His name was Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Arakawa and Lincoln and Maine and that generation left, and then Reggie came in. He wasn't a games guy, and we were all super skeptical. Here comes another suit from outside the industry. Doesn't know where we are coming from, doesn't understand content. Nintendo being a Japanese company, he'll be gone within a year.
42 years old, standing 6'1", possessing a BS degree, he sure did, in applied economics and management from Cornell University, Fils-Aimé was younger, larger, and more imposing than Peter Maine or Peter McDougal. Howard Lincoln and Minoru Arakawa were unassuming men. You might not miss them when they stepped out of the room. There was no ignoring Reggie Fils-Aimé. Behind the scene...
Yeah, more intimidating than the guy dying of cancer. Jesus Christ. Literal hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby conversation going on here.
Wow. Behind the scenes, he was often as soft-spoken as Arakawa or McDougal, making him the complete opposite of Peter Maine. Maine is a buttoned-down East Coast-style executive who assisted team members on dotting their I's and crossing their T's. But Fils-Aimé, a Madison Avenue bull entering a West Coast culture, was exactly what Nintendo of America needed.
Shouldn't it have been a Madison Avenue bull entering a West Coast china shop?
Oh, come on. Yes. Yes, come on. Get that Harris level riding in here.
That's right.
Jumpman, are you back? Don't think so. All right.
And also, you do have to clarify the difference between Madison Avenue and East Coast, as if, like, you know.
Alex, you can take Perrin Kaplan here.
They were two very different people with very different styles in very different eras. When Howard and Mr. Arakawa created was a family. When Reggie arrived, he was entering the family, and the family dynamic changed a bit. He definitely brought more of a corporate perspective and structure. When Reggie came, he did what needed to be done, and that was to turn it into a company, a corporation. He challenged me in ways that I hadn't been challenged.
As E3 2004 rolled around, outsiders may have thought that Nintendo was in a state of collapse if they didn't see how much money they had in the bank. Sony announced plans.
And didn't see how many Game Boy Advances they were selling.
Sony announced plans to hold its pre-show press conference in Nintendo's traditional time slot, and Nintendo meekly stepped out of the way. Nintendo's image changed, however, the moment its press conference began. Instead of a stodgy Howard Lincoln or a fast-talking Peter Maine stepping onto the stage, the audience got, "My name is Reggie, I'm about kicking ass, I'm about taking names, and we're about making games."
He won over such a skeptical, cynical audience and earned respect both in America and in Kyoto. It was really remarkable, really amazing.
Reggie Fils-Aimé's new image was largely smoke and mirrors. Studious and somewhat introspective and private, he wasn't given to bluster. In one-on-one interviews, he was less aggressive than Lincoln and far less bellicose than Peter Maine. His originator persona was based on his size and a good bit of creative writing. Where did the originator even come from? I don't even know.
Come with me
back.
if you want to play.
I feel like they came with like my body is ready later.
No, I think that was the same conference.
No, it was a different one. It was We
Okay.
Fit.
All right, yes, later. Jumpman.
It's a very American thing for the. Oh, fuck. It's a
okay.
very American thing for employees to want to know. What are our goals? Where are we going? Reggie brought that, and we thought of his powerful nature. We needed to do a reset. That's where Don Varyu of Goal and Harris PR and the rest of us worked through the "Hi, my name is Reggie, kicking ass and making games." That's not the quote. And the Reginator.
When it came to E3, we wanted him to make an impact, to make a statement. We have a new guy, and he's here, and he wants to stand up and talk to you about Nintendo. We wrote the speech. I remember working on that, taking names and playing games.
That's also not the quote.
Nobody can get this right.
Even with the Reginator at the helm, there was no rescuing GameCube. By the end of 2004, Nintendo of America had sold 9.1 million GameCubes compared to Microsoft's 11.8 million Xboxes, and Sony's staggering 26.6 million PlayStation 2s. GameCube had fallen behind and would never catch up. All right, we are going to take a brief break, but we will be back. Okay, we return for The Ultimate History of Video Games Volume 2 after that wonderful little look into Nintendo being totally just for kids. We are into the launch from hell. So this is about when Doom first came out, right? Right? Yeah.
The odds that the manufacturer wouldn't give us enough units to launch were pretty high. We had consoles that needed to be remanufactured.
In the months surrounding the launch of Xbox, everything that could go wrong for Microsoft went very wrong. Planning to discuss the upcoming launch with the New York press the following day, Robbie Bach caught the red-eye to New York City on the evening of September 10th, 2001. He arrived several hours early, went to the Marriott Marquis in Times Square, and took a nap to rest up for his 1 p.m. meeting with the Wall Street Journal.
I got a phone call from a lawyer at a PR agency who happened to work close by. He told me that he was available if I needed any help. I had no idea what he was talking about.
What Bach did not know, because he had been asleep, was that at approximately 8:46 that morning, terrorists crashed American Airlines Flight 11 into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. 16 minutes later, they crashed United Flight 175 into the South Tower. Not the same people, but... few news outlets would have time or space to devote to covering video games in the immediate future. There was no point in Bach staying in New York any longer, but attempting to prevent further acts of terrorism, the United States government had shut down all air travel. Bach had to drive back to Redmond, Washington.
Why is attempting in italics?
Yes. My mom got lucky that day, that she was actually dropped off at the right place. But yeah, she came down. She's like, "What's going on?" But yeah, that's
Ocean of America executive Ray Mushi was there, not in New York, at the World Trade Center.
Microsoft ran into manufacturing problems too, leading to launch day hardware shortages. The number of non-working consoles coming off the line was unexpectedly high, and it looked like the Xbox might even be delayed. Then there was a break in the clouds.
Even up until a month before, it wasn't clear we were going to have enough units to effectively launch in the US, and we'd already postponed the European launch and the Japan launch. About 3 months beforehand, the Bungie guys started showing Halo privately to journalists, and everything changed. The tenor inside the building changed. The Bungie guys actually let some people Let some other people play the game. Nobody from Microsoft was allowed into Bungie during that whole period from E3 until about 3 weeks beforehand. Nobody was allowed to talk to the Bungie guys. Ed basically walled them off when they sort of came out of their hole. They made a game that people said, "Oh my god, it's amazing." Reviewers started to say it was amazing, and then that buzz started to build.
Give me that buzz again. The buzz.
That buzz
Mm.
started to build. And then the manufacturing guys said, "I think we're going to get it." I think the number was 600,000 at launch or something like that. We were going to have enough consoles to sort of spread it out. We'll get to 1.6 million during the holiday, if I remember my numbers right. A little over 1 million units during the holiday. Yes. So, okay, that's a minimum target, but we can get there. We had about 10 to 15 titles, and one that we knew was kick-ass.
There were other unforeseeable problems.
Two trucks of Xboxes coming from Mexico to the United States were hijacked.
Well, thanks for that information. I mean, I remember I've seen the Xbox launch be framed as like, this was the first uplifting thing that happened in New York City after September 11th before. So, I'm surprised that Kent didn't go that route, but he doesn't have the sense of narrative that Blake Harris does. So,
It's kind of weird to think about, though, Oh, what? You suffered a national tragedy? Here you go. Here's a new game system that's probably going to be defective.
No, that was 360. This is Xbox. Then, after the launch, Microsoft had to deal with the quality of the Xbox library. Everybody agreed that Halo was magnificent, but most of the library was mediocre at best. I beat it with my ass! Jumpman.
One of the first Xbox games was this fighting game called Kabuki Warriors. It was a button masher. I started playing it, and I won every fight. Somebody came to my office and we started talking, and I just kept hitting the buttons without looking, and I could still keep winning fights. So I started hitting my controller against the side of my leg to see if I would win. And I did. What a shitload of fuck. I mean, I beat the game literally hitting the controller against my thigh. So when I wrote my review, my headline was, I beat it with my ass.
Andy McNamara, former editor-in-chief, Game Informer. That was a good way to take it. I appreciate it.
Back when reviews had style.
Despite reaching store shelves 4 days before the actual launch, Kabuki Warriors was technically considered a launch title. Why is this not a footnote? Like what the hell? Well, this is exactly the kind of thing you should put in a footnote.
Yes.
Oh, Robbie Box here. Everybody hide. The Kabuki Warrior. In Kabuki Warriors, players guided Kabuki actors and samurai as they traveled from Edo to Kyoto, visiting theaters and challenging actors to Mortal Kombat style fights. The game showcased Xbox's graphics capability with its elaborate costume combatants and ambient sounds, and Koto music gave the game a feeling of authenticity. The sights and sounds of Kabuki Warriors paid homage to the traditional Japanese culture. The game
Gorgeous homage.
How gorgeous homage. The gameplay, however, was poorly conceived. The combatants range from apprentice actors with veils over their faces to accomplished actors wearing null masks. Crave Entertainment tossed sumo wrestlers and other familiar icons into the mix as well. The fights took place on theater stages with interesting backdrops. As the battles went on, virtual audiences threw money on the stage to reward actors/fighters when they did well. The game's control scheme was nearly one-dimensional. Kabuki Warriors included a few special attacks hidden in other games, but there was no point in learning them because you could beat the single-player game by hitting the A button. Why are you spending time on this, Kent? GameSpot's Jeff Gersman gave Kabuki Warriors 1.4 stars out of 10 and said... Jacob.
But I just assumed someone else had Jeff earlier.
I think that was FTB, but he's gone.
Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Kabuki Warriors is one of the worst games to be released this year or any year on the Xbox or any other platform.
A reviewer at GameShark wrote, I almost had a brain hernia trying to rationalize why there wasn't an Atari 26 controller in my hand. A Xenogamers reviewer concluded,
There are much better things to spend your money on, like a root canal.
Xbox Nation simply described the game as...
A miserable experience.
Love it. Kabuki Warriors wasn't the only early Xbox game to receive this treatment. Xbox exclusives like Shrek, okay, Shrek was ready to release on the GameCube. Okay. Oh, thanks, Ken. Azuric Rise of Parathia and Star Wars Obi-Wan fall short of expectations. The first Xbox exclusive after Christmas 2001 was Reckless, the Yakuza missions from Activision.
I just want to say, I doubt any of those games fell far short of expectations. I imagine everyone's expectations were pretty much in line.
Yeah, I was about to say with Shrek. Wait, you're telling me the cheap tie-in to the latest animated hat was terrible? Really?
And
People had high expectations for it?
And you're telling me that one of the bajillion soulless prequel games released by LucasArts in this time period had people thinking it was going to be good?
It was to the point that Star Wars Obi-Wan is an entirely different thing now that people have gone onto on that.
That's right.
Microsoft had a 9-month exclusive on Reckless. The PlayStation and GameCube versions were released in November. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Wait, 9 months? November? You said, but this is Chris. Okay, after Christmas. Whatever. Which made a brief splash before quickly vanishing from the game buying public's consciousness. Around the industry, people began referring to Xbox as the Halo delivery system, meaning the only reason people were purchasing Xboxes was to play Halo.
Thanks for that additional explanation. I would have never understood what people meant by Halo delivery system without that.
Like Mario 64 for the Nintendo 64/N64, Halo sold at a nearly 1-to-1 ratio with the Xbox hardware at launch and continued to sell at a brisk pace throughout the life of the console, eventually selling over 4 million copies into a population of 24 million Xbox users worldwide. That low? That's surprising.
Halo 2 happened.
I know, but still. Sony had an exclusive lock on Grand Theft Auto 3 as well as Gran Turismo, Jak and Daxter, and Final Fantasy games. I mean, Gran Turismo is their own thing, so.
Yeah, I should hope so.
Nintendo had Legend of Zelda and all things Mario, and nothing else. Other than Halo, none of Microsoft's exclusive games gained the kind of traction that sells hardware. Because that's what you need. Even though 4 million Halo for 12 to 24 million Xbox users, you need a game that sells your hardware. Yeah, that's totally how it works. A lot of third-party games look better on Xbox, but those games are still available on other platforms. People don't buy a console simply because it has a better-looking version of Madden NFL. I mean, some people do.
I think Madden NFL players do.
Buck hoped to improve his company's standing by creating personal relationships with publishing partners.
George Peckham, Xbox manager of third-party partnerships, and I early on agreed that one of our differentiators was that we were going to have a better relationship with publishers than Sony and Nintendo. Now, in Nintendo's case, that was easy because they didn't want relationships with third-party publishers.
Yeah, no, they didn't have any. Nobody else
at all.
published on Nintendo.
No, Sony was a little harder, but by that time, Sony had gotten a little bit arrogant with their publishers and was taking them for granted.
As part of a relationship building, Bach met with third-party publishers twice a year, once at E3 and once at their headquarters. Meeting with Electronic Arts, he quietly pulled EA CEO Larry Probst aside to complain that EA was the worst company in existence, and to complain that the Xbox versions of EA games weren't as sharp as the PlayStation versions.
I said, Larry, can I talk to you privately afterwards? He said, sure. I said, this was a fine meeting. They're doing titles, but frankly, you were way behind in Xbox Live, and other guys were way ahead and doing better work. And I don't like that. I want to help fix that. What do we need to do? What's it going to take to get you guys to decide to take the live platform seriously and have your other games live up to what the rest of the industry is starting to do?
Okay, listen, back, we had this thing called Pogo. We're not so much into the live thing, okay?
Yeah.
Live up.
And he looked at me and said, it's really simple. Don Matrick, head of EA Games, head of worldwide publishing, I
Yes.
think, or global studios or something, but whatever, doesn't trust you. People at Electronic Arts never trusted Microsoft. We want to do work on your platform, but we don't have a personal relationship with you guys, and until we have that personal relationship, nothing is going to change, no.
Until he gets lots and lots of money to come over to Microsoft.
Yes, his personal relationships can be bought.
Microsoft tried to prop up the Xbox with exclusive games from third-party partners, much the same way that Nintendo had tried to prop up GameCube by forging an alliance with Capcom. Yeah, that's the only people they relied on, nobody else. The Xbox team arranged for several exclusives, but got the exclusive rights to the wrong games. The Xbox exclusive Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2X was arguably the best version of Pro Skater 2, but Activision had released the PlayStation version of Pro Skater 2 2 years earlier. Include all the labels of Pro Skater 1 as an added bonus. Alright, sure, I guess it's better.
Great, okay.
The Xbox version looked great, but Activision had already released Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 on PlayStation 2.
Oh no.
Shit, what was the voice I did for this? Microsoft didn't understand. We all saw it coming over a year ago. We advised them early on to acquire exclusive content, but for the most part, they ignored us. We've predicted failure for over a year. They are failing to make the mass market video games. If they could get a foothold in the online arena and deliver mass market online games, they may have a chance. As Sony pulled further ahead, Microsoft spokespeople sometimes expressed annoyance at a constant criticism Xbox received in the press when asked questions about exclusives and the lack of killer apps. Jay Allard, the vice president of the Xbox platform, angrily countered that Xbox library was filled with exclusives. That leaves me scratching my head. Over 50% of the content in 2001 will be exclusive. We think we are going to have a great mass market games. I look at EA Sports and it's totally committed to Xbox. I look at Sega Sports and it's totally committed to Xbox. I look at titles like DOA 3 and it's exclusive to Xbox. Tony Hawk and WWF are on Xbox. I'm not sure what's not mass market about those. You can't get much more mass market than 4 fucking key areas of sports, action, racing, and fighting.
Sports, action, racing, and fighting. Da 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 da.
Microsoft retail channel began buckling as well. Behind the scenes, retailers such as GameStop and Electronics Boutique complained that Microsoft's contract was draconian. From Anonymous, Jacob.
Microsoft has a contract for retail partners, which is the size of a small telephone book. includes shelf space requirements, co-op marketing agreements. I was impressed a year ago by all the homework they were doing. Now they are trying to dictate policies to retailers. They need to become more retail friendly.
This quote from a 2002 interview was given by a buyer from one of the major software retailers who wished to remain anonymous. I mean, that all seems like standard terms to me, like, as far as I understand, but whatever. Yes. Xbox launched in Japan on February 22nd, 2002, and in Europe and Australia on March 14th. The European launch went largely as predicted, with Microsoft selling 1.5 million consoles. In Japan, however, the consumers showed little interest. Alex.
So isn't that also the Japan launch going largely as predicted? We understand that this is the most challenging market for the Xbox.
Microsoft Japan Managing Director Hirohisa Ohura told CNN the day before the launch. Challenging didn't quite describe the cold reception Xbox received. Jumpman.
It's one of those mysteries. The Japanese love McDonald's. Everyone there uses Windows. It's not so simple to understand, but Microsoft missed something. I think that Microsoft, Xbox, was not good. I think Sony and Nintendo, and Sega, their platforms were just better. At the time, the players and the people had made many choices. No, they hadn't made many choices. They had many choices yet. At the time, players and people had many choices. Everybody tried to find a reason and a motivation to pick Xbox, but most of the people picked PlayStation and Nintendo and Sega.
Tetsuya Mizuguchi, former Sega game designer, creator of Rez, Space Channel 5, and Sega Orari Championship.
All by himself.
Of course. Alex.
Visually, it was appealing to the Japanese audience.
Wasn't,
yes. It was so boxy and not so sophisticated and elegant in design. You know how the Japanese, we love things that are cuter, modern, more contemporary, sort of sleek design.
We are exactly the same, all of us.
Yes. We're such a visually driven culture and tribe that it didn't have much appeal. My father didn't follow the game industry that much, but he said, it's almost like importing an American pickup truck and introducing it into the Japanese car audience. You know, you have your Toyotas, your Hondas, your Nissans, and Suzukis. And they're doing well, and they have a built-in audience space. But then here comes Chevrolet with a giant pickup truck with big wheels. Something that just looks too foreign.
And also would not fit in a Japanese parking spot.
Yes.
Kyoko Yamashita, former marketing communications manager, Square, USA.
I'm pretty sure an Xbox also would not fit in a Japanese parking spot.
What went wrong? In the weeks after the launch, the Japanese press began circulating reports about the Xbox scratching discs. The damage was strictly cosmetic. The consoles were scratching discs along the edges. US and European Xboxes had the same problem. On March 7th, 2002, Microsoft published a statement identifying the issue, but the statement was misinterpreted. Some consumers took it as a promise to recall and replace the faulty hardware and damaged discs when the statement simply identified the problem. Xbox faced a more important hurdle in Japan. It was simply too large. At 12.5 inches long and 10.5 inches wide, Xbox took up 2/3 as much floor space as many Japanese washing machines. No way. There's no way that they were larger than the top. Like, I get what he means, but like, I don't think that's actually true.
Well, I don't know, but he's probably, and in fairness, so I think he's just talking about like footprint on the ground, like not height, obviously.
No, yeah, but I still don't think that's true.
I have no idea if it's true or not, but yeah.
Floor space didn't matter so much in Europe and the United States, but Japan is a nation of 126 million people. Oh man, this was a while ago. Living on islands with a combined landmass that's slightly smaller than the state of California. That's a comparison Alex likes to use. The cities are crowded. The real estate is expensive. The apartments are small.
I will say this though, They certainly didn't have this problem when they embraced Laserdisc a decade earlier. Those things are huge.
But they didn't sell in the millions over there. It was a niche product. Some people speculated about Japanese protectionism. Sony and Nintendo are Japanese companies, but that didn't necessarily give them a home team advantage. I mean, it kind of did. Japanese gamers simply didn't simply buy PS2s out of a sense of patriotism. Sony gave them what they wanted: RPGs, racing games, DVD playback, and more. Microsoft had Halo, but first-person shooters had never been especially popular in Japan. America's trade deficit with Japan had been a headline issue in the 1980s and 1990s as Japanese cars and electronics and steel and video games and other things crowded out U.S. companies out of the worldwide market. There had been instances of Japan placing blatant and somewhat colorful restrictions on U.S. imports, such as the day a former agricultural minister, Tsutomu Hata, tried to explain American restrictions on U.S. beef by stating his country's people had longer intestinal tracts than Americans. Hata was speaking at a luncheon in Washington when he made this statement on December 17th, 1987. You know, it could have been a joke, but, you know.
Yes.
U.S.-made televisions and stereos don't sell well in Japan, but Japanese-made electronics outsell their American-made rivals in the United States as well. All right, Kent is digging up some old past trauma here.
Yes.
Japanese electronic giants like Sony, Panasonic, and Toshiba captured the U.S. market based on quality and price, mostly price. There's no reason that wouldn't be the case in Japan. Ditto for cars. 4 of the top 5 cars sold in the United States in 2002 were Japanese-made. According to Auto News data, now we're getting into this, the Toyota Camry was the best-selling car in America in 2002, the year Xbox launched in Japan. The Ford Taurus was the only U.S. car in the top 5. Thanks. This is needed information.
Very important.
Some American imports succeeded in Japan, such as Hollywood movies, Titanic, Frozen, okay, we're jumping way ahead, Avatar, and 2 of the Harry Potter movies were among Japan's 10 highest grossing films of all time.
Yeah, not in 2002.
Yeah.
When most of those
I
didn't
guess they had to
exist.
clarify not any of the Japanese-owned studios.
Jacob.
When I was living in Japan during the development of Metal Gear Solid 4, a DVD rental chain called Tetsuya was jam-packed with people renting DVDs for Lost, 24, and Prison Break. They went wild for Avatar, Harry Potter, and the Pirates of the Caribbean films, too.
24 is the one that confuses me. I will say that.
I don't know, it's just he just happened to see someone picking up a 24 DVD.
The movies aren't the only American import that has found success over the last 50 years. KFC has become a Christmas tradition in Japan. Alex, read us out.
Every Christmas season, an estimated 3.6 million Japanese families treat themselves to Kentucky Fried Chicken in what has become a nationwide tradition. Lots of skipping, obviously, because complete tone shift. But for those who do partake, it's not as simple as walking in and ordering. December is a busy month for KFC in Japan. Daily sales at some restaurants during the Christmas period can be 10 times their usual take. Getting the KFC special Christmas dinner often requires ordering it weeks in advance, and those who didn't will wait in line, sometimes for hours.
Wow, things you have to book on a lottery in Japan? Who would have thought? Yeah, and like as far as I know, KFC is not owned by the American company. It's like the Denny's situation in Japan. So it's like it's not even really the yeah, anyways. Like Japanese-made automobiles and televisions, Japanese-made video games were simply more popular worldwide. As Hideo Kojima, the creator of the Metal Gear Solid series, described it. Oh, who's gonna be Kojima? Oh, Jumpman, you'll be Kojima.
I am Arnold. Playing Western games was like going to a restaurant where the food was good and maybe the service wasn't so good.
I don't know what he means by that. But Sports games like Madden NFL and NBA Jam, both major hits in the United States and both based on professional sports that are more popular in the United States than in other countries, catered to American tastes. By the same token, games based on shogi, the Japanese variant of chess, and are popular there but seldom released in the United States. It's not really the same thing, but... It wasn't just the games and the size of the system that impeded Xbox's success. Legend has it that General Motors was unable to sell the Chevy Nova in Spanish-speaking countries because Nova translates to "don't go." According to Snopes.com, the story is... Then why'd you print it? Why'd you print it?
Well, there goes your credibility.
Microsoft faced a similar problem in Japan. Jacob.
An interesting difference between Japanese and Western cultures is how the meaning of X and O is different. In the West, X means yes. X oftentimes marks the spot and has a mysterious quality to it. In Japan, it means no, wrong, and unwanted. Despite the fact that Japanese people universally see X as a negative, Microsoft moved forward with calling their console the Xbox, which in Japan literally means no box, wrong box, or unwanted box. Which is the same reason why X-Men didn't do well in Japan. It literally means no men, wrong men, or unwanted men.
I don't think this is true. Like,
I don't think it's true.
Because X isn't a word in Japanese.
Yeah.
What do
And
they
by the
call
way,
it on?
This block quote has been highlighted 11 times by people in the Kindle ecosystem.
Oh my god. No. If you're watching this and you highlighted that, it's just wrong. Kent lied to you. Well, Ryan Payton lied to you, but Kent printed it, so. Always the tough competitor. Sony Computer Entertainment cut the price of its PlayStation 2 from 35,000 yen, $265, to 29,800 yen, $225, in the weeks before Microsoft launched Xbox in Japan. Priced at 34,800 yen, $262, the Microsoft console was not only bulky and wanting for good games, it was the more expensive system. Then, just a week before the launch, Sony announced plans to partner with 4 major internet providers to provide broadband service in Japan. With that announcement, Microsoft could no longer claim the high ground on online gaming. Jumpman.
I think Japan is going to be the toughest market. How did they, Microsoft, do in Japan? As much to do with their ability to lock down good retail distribution agreements as it does with getting good, strong third-party support. There are 3 elements to this thing that they really have to punch. They have to show the consumers that this thing can deliver a fun experience on par with the PlayStation 2 and the GameCube. The second is that they have to pick up third-party support from a few particular companies, Namco and a couple of others. There's something really unique about the Japanese market and the way that Japanese developers have found the keys to tapping into it. Yes, because people understanding their domestic markets is pretty important to business. Electronic Arts does well with its PC business and its PlayStation 2 games over there, but it's just something about the relationship of the developers and the consumers over there that no Westerner has ever been able to crack the code on. Critically important, Microsoft needs to set up strong distribution relationships. I cannot overemphasize how important this is. To the extent that EA has any success in Japan, it will be based initially on our relationship with Square and our ability to gain distribution through that relationship.
Electronic Arts had an exclusive distribution deal in Japan with Squaresoft from 1998 through 2003. Wow, Alex, it's almost like you're being affirmed in your belief that the business actually matters. The Japanese launch did not go well. When asked in an interview how many consoles Microsoft sold, one Xbox PR person responded, "We don't know that number, but I can tell you our tie ratio," a statistic that refers to the number of games sold per console, "was over 2-1. When the reporter responded,
"Great! Tell me how many games you sold and we can divide that by 2.
The PR sponsor replied, "We don't know that number either." Microsoft sold 320,000 Xboxes during the Japanese launch.
Which is still about slightly higher than the population of Lincoln, Nebraska, so...
Halo 2, the video game industry evolved. Before I go any further, I know there's one game on everybody's mind right now. Yes, sir! So let's end all the suspense. Let's talk about... I'll just do allow the audience to shout out the answer.
Super Mario Brothers.
Fuck you! Get out of my stage!
See you in hell, Pete.
Despite the bad showing in Japan, Microsoft showed no signs of giving up on its Xbox business. But it was Japan. Like, what?
Yeah. That was never
Congruous
going to be their
statements.
promise. Yes.
On November 15th, 2002, the one-year anniversary of the U.S. launch, Xbox Live went live. This was a big moment, not just for Xbox, but for the entire industry. The much ballyhooed Ethernet port that Bill Gates had insisted be added to the console would become the feature that set Xbox apart from every other system ever made. In all fairness, both Sega and Sony beat Microsoft to the punch. Dreamcast launched with a built-in narrowband adapter that supported the 2K Sports title and Choo Choo Rocket. Interestingly, when Ralph Baer showed the home console that would eventually become the Magnavox Odyssey to RCA, he proposed streaming games via cable. No, he did not! People need to stop bringing this shit up because it's not what he was suggesting. He was suggesting beam some backgrounds. That's not the games.
Point a camera at a background. It's just television. It's just television.
Even Norm got this wrong in one of his videos, which, you know, could have got.
That's why he's no longer around. You know?
In 1994, Sega and Time Warner Cable teamed up to launch Sega Channel subscription service. Well, there was a whole lot of other people involved in this, but and Nintendo launched its Famicom Net system in 1988 in Japan. But the Famicom Net system was not an online. You don't connect with people. Like, it was just for horse racing, pretty much. And also, where's Play?
I was going to say, and there was nothing before that.
Nope.
Other than Ralph Baer.
Of course. Ralph Baer invented everything, not just video games.
That's right.
Please don't take that out of context.
Microsoft began marketing a $49 Xbox Live starter kit that included Xbox Communicator headset, 2 free mini games, demos of Whacked and MotoGP, and a 1-year subscription to Xbox Live. In interviews, Xbox General Manager Jay Allard began talking about the worldwide sofa, playing against friends in Tokyo, and gamer tags. Earlier consoles like Dreamcast let players take games online, but only Xbox let players chat with their friends as they played. TeamSpeak? What is that? The question that no one could answer was, were console gamers interested in playing online? Jumpman.
Hang on. As much as Xbox Live adds to the gaming experience, it's anything but a sure bet for Microsoft. Consumer interest is debatable. The financial investment on the gamer's part is above what Microsoft is saying, and the company's goals are ambitious, perhaps overly so.
In this case, timing was everything. In 2001, a mere 7.2 million U.S. households had broadband cable connections, with another 3.5 million subscribing to DSL. Those numbers had climbed steadily through 2002. By the end of the year, 11.5 million U.S. households had cable internet subscriptions, and another 5.5 million had DSL. Jupiter Research predicted broadband subscriptions would surge by 40% in 2003. As for Microsoft, I think the only opportunity is to focus on broadband online games. If they can deliver a few compelling online-only broadband community-driven mass-market games, they may create a foothold. Sony Computer Entertainment saw the writing on the wall and attempted to co-opt the market. Yes, because they definitely weren't working on anything beforehand. In August, 3 months before the launch of Xbox Live, Sony preemptively released $39.99 PS2 adapters for both broadband and narrowband connections. Instead of hosting a service and charging a subscription fee, Sony's online offerings were free of charge and controlled by publishers who decided what kind of online support they might add to their games. And now I'm remembering, the back of the PS2 has an Ethernet port. It's on there. I mean, I couldn't, or maybe it's a custom thing that looks like Ethernet, because there were a couple of those, but it had a port specifically for online connection. That's how you plug the adapter in.
I think it had the port and just didn't have any hardware. Yeah.
Right, it wasn't built in.
Exactly.
Madden NFL matches, for instance, would be hosted by Electronic Arts. Square released Final Fantasy XI, an MMORPG that allowed PS2 users to play alongside people playing Final Fantasy XI on PC. Split up like this? What? FF space 11? Okay. For Microsoft and Sony, the developer attention is nearly a pitched battle for who has the better network strategy and who can deliver on it and deliver on titles. For Sony, that means a newly announced initiative to make sure that the majority of titles will have a networking component, because what I'll call Sony Developer University is already a huge portion of their developers' attention span. Sony has quite an edge there. For Microsoft, their perceived edge is that networking is sort of built in, and there's quite a difference between having the hardware socket and having a relationship with your developers that can take the existing games and new games and develop new networking stratagems out of them. The house odds at this moment seem to go towards Sony. I have no idea why you would suspect that, because you need an add-on to access the things on...
Exactly. And nobody builds extra features around add-ons. That's why it has to be built in.
Xbox offered the more compelling online experience. While Sony shipped 2.6 million PS2 adapters through 2003, only an estimated 1 million users actually used them to go online. Oh, what's the footnote here? Oh, from Himu.
Yes, the book that he happened to have in his desk. And it's like, half the book is already written for me. Huzzah!
Approximately 750,000 people signed up for Xbox Live that first year. As Bill Gates had foreseen, it was only him, nobody else. No, it was only Bill Gates had the vision to do this. And do you remember that time that he was a little less, he wasn't a billionaire? We should reiterate that too,
All right. When he took that little dip in the .com era.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have to tell people. Online play quickly became an integral part of Xbox culture. And don't forget the slurs. So many slurs. The number of people who had access to broadband service began skyrocketing at the exact right time for Microsoft. By the end of 2003, 7 million new subscribers signed up for broadband internet service in the United States, bringing the total up to 25 million. Jupiter Research optimistically predicted that some 64 million homes would have high-speed access by the end of 2008. With all those new subscribers, all Xbox needed was the right game and the right internet would indeed become a worldwide the structure of the sentence. Hold on. With all those new subscribers, all Xbox needed was the right game and the right internet would indeed become
and the internet.
Right game and the internet. It's the right game.
And the internet would indeed.
There. All Xbox needed was the right game, and the internet would indeed.
Oh, okay.
It's very awkwardly written. Yeah. But yeah.
the line break ruins it.
Yeah.
In 2004, Microsoft released The Perfect Game. It's in a history book now, so you cannot dispute this. The Perfect Game. Halo 2. Equipped with for LAN parties, all networked together, Halo Combat Evolved didn't support any sort of internet play. Halo 2, on the other hand, was designed to support Xbox Live. Jacob.
The interesting thing about Halo is that all of the gameplay social order was built around physical proximity to each other. There was no Xbox Live at game launch.
From the moment people began working on it, Halo 2 seemed both preordained to succeed and in danger of cancellation. No one ever doubted there would be a second Halo. Jay Allard confirmed the game's development at E3 2002.
As we all know, everything confirmed at E3 comes out. I mean, obviously, they were going to make a second Halo, but why would he put it that way.
There was speculation about it coming out in 2003, but that wasn't realistic. Halo was Microsoft's answer to Mario. No, not really. Bill Gates took a personal interest in the franchise. Did he?
I highly doubt that.
No one would dare force Bungie to release the game before it was ready, but they would force them to do those demos.
That's right. Exactly. No one's going to force them to release it before it's ready. That's why Halo 2 had that incredible sequence during the invasion of Earth. Remember that?
Executives at game companies like Blizzard, Valve, and Bungie aren't ruled by deadlines. None of them.
For very different reasons.
Yeah.
Blizzard was kind of, that is not true today, but if
Valve had Steam money. Valve doesn't care.
Yes, Valve can do whatever they want. Everybody else is owned by somebody. If anything, the Games by Gamers for Gamers crowd, which is an Interplay logo, thank you very much, doesn't take deadlines seriously enough. The goal around Bungie wasn't just to make a suitable sequel to Halo. Alex Seropian and the company insisted that the single-player campaign had to be every bit as good as Halo's, plus it had to support Xbox Live. In short, the plans for Halo 2 were overly ambitious. The problems nearly sabotaged the first game happened again as time and money evaporated. A more realistic game emerged. What problems nearly sabotaged the first game? You literally didn't talk about this at all. Jacob.
Oh, I thought you didn't. Yeah, okay, never mind. When I started in 2003, they were about halfway through the development of Halo 2. About 2 months after I started, we were all called into a big meeting room and told that we were going to be cutting the game from scope, chopping it in half. They started building the game with far too much content to ever ship on time. That meant chopping half the story out of the game, half the content out of the game, and completely rethinking what the offering's value was going to look like. All this while they're still trying to build the scaffolding for Xbox Live.
And, they never had deadlines. They just chopped the game because, why not,
And no one would dare force Bungie to release the game before it was ready.
As the next installment in the Halo series, Halo 2 absolutely needed to include a carefully crafted storyline. Yes, I'm sure it was an intricate piece of work on par, if not better, than Planescape Torment. Working closely with Jason Jones, writer and director of cinematics, Joseph Staten planned an overarching storyline that saw aliens from the Covenant moving their attack to Earth. In the near future, other companies would sacrifice single-player campaigns and concentrate solely on multiplayer features for the Halo franchise. That option didn't exist. I don't think that's true at all. I think that's just... They coulda. And I mean, that's what ODST was. Like, that's when they decided to, do a truncated story mode. Or no, did ODST have the I forget if that was just a single-player game, but there's one of the Halo games that,
Or like Halo Wars.
Well, Halo Wars was a different kind of game. The delays were stretching. On and on and on and on. Activision released new Call of Duty games every year like clockwork. Not at this time.
Call of Duty barely existed at this time.
Yeah. Nintendo and Sony had multiple franchises, allowing them to alternate releases. Nintendo might release a Mario adventure one year, then a Zelda the next. Did that ever happen? Like, consistently for a while? Like, if you count the spin-offs, I guess, but like... With its unmatched third-party support, Sony could promote its own game one year and a Final Fantasy the next. At that highest level, Microsoft only had Halo. But Final Fantasy X came out like 2001, and then Final Fantasy 12 came out in 2005. Like, it's...
When I said Sony could, they said could.
That word does a lot of heavy lifting.
Halo 2 was so delayed, it was getting... Oh yeah, I apologize for my language. Ridiculous. Nobody actually believed it was going to ship anymore. Rather than create all new multiplayer options, designer Max Hoberman decided to fine-tune the LAN options that had been built into the original game. Halo had always been a social game. Halo 2 would simply replace cables with broadband connectivity.
I ended up working closely with Max Hoberman, who was the multiplayer designer. Multiplayer for Halo had become huge, and again, physical proximity was driving these really loyal fans or social groups, people who would drive across town with 200-pound televisions and miles of cables.
200-pound television, sure.
You remember what CRT TVs used to weigh. You
I do.
remember, don't you?
I do.
So Max Hoberman was given no budget. He wasn't allowed to design gameplay elements that weren't included in the campaign content. He had to use the vehicles, weapons, physics, and objects that were already in the sandbox. There were minor exceptions, like the flag object and the UI elements, but even the skull in oddball mode is from the campaigns. They have to remix whatever's in the main campaign to make it more suitable for multiplayer. His idea about Xbox Live was to replicate that exact LAN couch experience. Matchmaking, which we take for granted now, wasn't really a thing then.
If there was a moment that changed the direction of player-to-player gaming, it was Hoberman's decision to concentrate his attention on the players themselves, rather than the games they wanted to play. I have no idea where this is going. He reasoned that friends coming together for a LAN party would have a similar skill levels by creating customer profiles. He could match up players in such a way that would minimize problems of trolls slaughtering newbies that plagued most games online. I mean, that's called twinking where I come from.
Before that, the idea was that they would be able to go on a menu and see 8 versus 8, sniper, slayer, whatever mode they liked on a server list. Everyone was approaching it from, what do I want to play first, and then how do I want to play second? Max inferred that it was like, we're going to give you general categories, but we'll decide what the gameplay is based on other criteria as we gather this population in real time. We knew the math worked. What we didn't know was that if our population was going to support it. We didn't know if they were going to react to it negatively enough that they would refuse to participate in that matchmaking.
When Microsoft Vice President of Marketing, Peter Moore, who we've already introduced in the chapter, stepped on stage at E3 and said, "There's one game on everybody's mind right now," everybody in the audience knew he meant Sonic the Hedgehog. Moore announced, "The best part of Halo 2 is that tonight we're finally going to have a street date. It's in stone." Well, actually, that's not the only place it's in.
Boo.
Wait, is this a Peter Moore quote? Is that like okay? He just editors, where are you? So I go out with the sales guy last Saturday night. You know how these things go. After a few drinks, well, after a number of drinks, I dropped the bomb on them. I said, "Guys, we're going to release Halo 2, and we aren't backing out." They said they'd believe that the day I tattooed that on my arm. Skeptical bunch. Well, fellas, I got your release date right here. Moore then rolled up his sleeve of his black bowling shirt to reveal a Halo logo with a 2 in the center over his biceps. Over the logo was the release date, November 9th. To this day, there's a debate as to whether the tattoo was permanent. It was all block and therefore more easily shattered with the more common laser removing equipment. When asked about the tattoo on March 4th, 2020, Moore responded, "I've been quite vague on the authenticity of the tattoo to add intrigue. I'd rather keep it that way." I'm pretty sure it was fake. I was just same with the Grand Theft Auto one. He's a wimp. The stunt was iconic. Peter Moore was really the P.T. Barnum for the video game playing crowd. You mean he, did horrible things to his performers and,
and scammed the public with all sorts of...
And was played by Hugh Jackman in the movie? By any measure, Halo 2 was a blockbuster event. Critics praised it, fans adored it. Microsoft sold an astounding 2.4 million copies of the game within 24 hours of launch. More importantly, Halo 2 legitimized Xbox Live. Jumpman.
If you still doubt the power of their creation, consider that in the first 10 weeks after its release, gamers logged in 91 million man-hours playing Halo 2 online. That's 10,000 years spent in the virtual world that Jason Jones, Marcus Leto, Charles Go, and their collaborators built. And that's only the online figure. A small fraction of what must be a truly staggering total figure.
Here's this is in absolutely no context with online games have been popular on PC for a while. Like, there's, you know, it is, you know, it's important, and, you know, they ultimately make more money out of this sort of thing, but, like, seriously, like, there's no discussion of online games. Like, he mentioned MMOs way back in another chapter, but, like, you can't just throw this out there and be like, this is the first popular online game, basically. Like, that's the impression that you're putting in here. Microsoft settles for second.
So, if you were a gamer, what did you buy? Well, the first thing you bought was a PS3, or PS2 for sure. And then you bought an Xbox if you cared about Xbox Live, or you cared about Halo.
And you had like $1,000 to spend, but...
We were constantly chasing Sony on the price curve, which meant they could spend more in marketing because they were making money. Remember, we were losing money every time we sold a unit at the gross margin level. I'm not even talking about the bottom level. I'm talking about revenue minus cost. We lost money.
The original Xbox was always going to be the entree into the Xbox 360. The moment we could stop making Xboxes, we did. With exclusives like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and an unshakable lock on the Japanese market, PlayStation 2 pulled further and further ahead. By 2005, Sony had shipped 79 million PlayStation 2s. By the time PlayStation 2 was finally discontinued in 2012, Sony had shipped a staggering 155 million consoles worldwide, and is steadily
Or is it 160?
But I mean, you believe that, so.
I just don't see why they'd care to lie. Maybe I'm just young and innocent.
Making PS2 the best-selling video game console of all time. Microsoft finished the generation in second place, with approximately 24 million consoles sold, despite having barely made a dent in the Japanese market. Nintendo came in third, having sold 21.7 million GameCubes.
For some reason, that paragraph is highlighted by 11 people in the Kindle ecosystem.
During its lifetime, the original Xbox only managed to turn a profit for one fiscal quarter, fall 2004, the quarter in which Halo 2 was released. Because of the decision to build Xbox using off-the-shelf parts, the cost of manufacturing the console remained constant, even as Microsoft was forced to lower the retail prices to remain competitive with Sony. What? That doesn't make any sense. What? Like, things that are on the shelf also go down in price?
Cheaper. Yes, they do.
What is that reasoning, Kent?
Yeah.
According to Robbie Bach, Microsoft wrote off $1 billion in losses on console sales every year.
The original Xbox was kind of a bad business. Kind of a horrible business. It had real problems. We lost 4, 5, 6, 7 billion, depending on how you do the math.
You mean accurately or inaccurately?
Right. It's hard to call that a good business. To their great credit, Bill and Steve were 100% supportive all the way.
PlayStation 2 outsold Xbox at a rate of more than 6-1, and even Nintendo's flailing GameCube business was far more profitable. The Xbox's financial losses would have bankrupted Nintendo and possibly even Sony, but Bill Gates considered the original Xbox an unqualified success.
For some reason, 9 people highlighted that paragraph.
The first generation, it's just like a video game, he told Time's Lev Grossman. If you play it perfectly, at the end it says, you get to play again. That's all it says. You put your hand on the till. There's no quarter down there. There's no, even tickets to buy funny dolls or anything. It's just, hey, play again. I think he was on something that day.
Also, it's pinball then. If you do well enough, you get a free go.
Yes.
Or, as Robbie Bach later summed up Microsoft's introduction into games,
Xbox was a beachhead success and a financial mess.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay, it is time for the arcades, for they are mostly dead. The afterlife of the arcade business, because it's dead, you see. There's nobody who goes to arcades anymore. It is dead. D-E-D, dead.
Dead.
And then, of course, he couldn't trust his audience to get the reference.
Jumpman.
It just so happens your friend here is only mostly dead. There's a big difference between mostly dead and all dead. Mostly dead is slightly alive.
The phrase was, they're out of business and they don't even know it.
Eddie Adlam returns from the first volume.
From the first volume.
We will do some beautiful things together. There's a lot of disagreement about when the golden age of arcades was. Well, the guy who coined it is, not totally he knows. Players often define the golden age by the games of the era. Maze Chase fans see the early who are the Maze Chase fans? Please tell me. The early 1980s is the high point because that was the era of Pac-Man, Rally X, and Donkey Kong. Yes, Rally X. Dale, come out of the woodwork.
I suppose we found our name for that genre now, though.
What?
The Maze Chase.
That's been around.
Yeah, we're to genres in a different call. That's all.
Fans of fighting games are more likely to see the early 1990s as a golden age, since Street Fighter II came out in 1991, while Mortal Kombat and Virtua Fighter in 1993 and Tekken in 1994. No SNK games here. Kevin would be so disappointed. Come on.
That's right.
Arcade owners and game makers have different definition of the golden age. They judge the business by the dollars it brought in. 1972 through 1985. Initially, I was gonna say 1982 to 1982. That was the year of the peak before the crash. In all seriousness, the golden age of arcades, in my opinion, compromises the period of growth from the start of Pong, November 1972, and up until the U.S. release of the NES in the end of 1985, which ushered in the end of an era.
I would completely disagree with all of that, but, you do you.
Jacob.
I think of the years between 1980 and 1982, Pac-Man, Tempest, Joust, Galaga, Dig Dug, Donkey Kong as a renaissance instead of a golden age. It was a period of great creativity and a diverse approach to the art form. 1984 through 1987, Karate Warriors, Karate Champ,
How does he
Kung Fu
spell this
Master,
out?
Outright Double Dragon.
What?
It's a weird thing with but writing is that they insist that you have any numbers spelled out if this the start of a sentence. It's weird. Was sort of a golden age of commerce. The games weren't as creative or diverse, but companies like Midway, Atari,
Oh, you're wrong. Anyways.
Namco, Sega, Konami, and Capcom began improving their hardware and competing with better graphics. By 1991, when Street Fighter II was introduced, the scene was in decline.
Yeah. Have you played all of the Space Invaders clones, sir? Weren't as creative or diverse and golden age of commerce, those 1980 1982 games were also taking in more quarters, and that's not even adjusted for inflation.
Jumpman.
I think the golden age of arcades is now. We use a metric called sales per games per week. The sales we're seeing in some locations is at an all-time high, and I am loving it. The reason why this is happening, and why I say that now is the golden age of arcades, is that you have multiple generations that understand arcades and enjoy playing them.
It's because they're all redemption games.
McCaffrey. Wait, how do you say this? Howard McAuliffe. McAuliffe, that's right. McAuliffe made this comment in early 2020 before the breakout of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has since wreaked genuine havoc on the arcade industry. It's also, this exact quote by this guy is in the trailer for the Arcade Dreams. So it's like he's been saying this for a while. Coin-operated video games were launched by a P.T. Barnum. Oh, God. Right. P.T. Barnum-esque entrepreneur with some brilliant ideas and a huckster's gift for gab. Like Barnum's of other industries, Nolan Bushnell wasn't so much an innovator as he was a repackager. He didn't invent video games, and he was decades too late to be credited with the invention of public arcades. Okay.
A century and a half too late.
He stood on the shoulders. He stood on the shoulders of business people and inventors who came before him, spotted opportunities they had missed, and had the talent to capitalize on them. Okay. Bushnell wasn't the only visionary who brought TV games to arcades. It wasn't only the visionary who brought TV games to arcades. He's also the man that brought arcades to the masses.
Well,
rip in peace, Jules Millman.
Yeah. And Howard Marks. Mitchell Mark, sorry.
Mitchell Mark with one L.
I know, I said Mark the second time as well. I completely corrected myself. Howard Marks was Bobby Kotick's business partner.
Yes.
Totally different person.
Bushnell was an engineer with an eye for fun, and more important, an insatiable entrepreneurial spirit. Having fallen in love with computer games while attending the University of Utah.
See Volume 1.
He took an engineering job with a California firm called Ampex after he graduated. Bushnell was a seemingly loyal Amplex employee by day, but he spent his nights trying to devise a way to make a coin-op version of the computer game, Space War. At the time, when computers were huge, rare, and expensive, and generally didn't feature screens, Space War was anything but marketable. It played on a Digital Equipment's $120,000 PDP-1 computer. I mean, not just that. Yeah.
It played on lots of computers, some of them much cheaper, but still expensive.
Partnering with fellow Ampex engineer Ted Dabney, Bushnell circumvented the cost of making a computer by building a dedicated machine that only performed a single function, playing Space War. Well, mainly this guy. But, you know. Yeah. As he and Dabney built their masterpiece, they kept an eye on the bottom line. Ampex allowed its engineers to take sample circuits to experiment with, so Bushnell and Dabney tested as much as they could. Instead of a computer screen, they used a small black and white television. When they finished their game, they named it Computer Space. Yes, they named it.
Combat, but that's okay.
Yes.
They named it Star Trek.
Tall and handsome, gifted with a newscaster's voice, and an infectious self-confidence, Bushnell persuaded Bill Nutting, the president of a small arcade manufacturer named Nutting Associates, that television games were the wave of the future. Nutting bought Computer Space and hired Bushnell. And Dabney, eventually. In November 1971, Nutting Associates shipped its first Computer Space games out to arcades. Only arcades, nowhere else. There's nowhere else games can go. Games go in arcades, Alex. You can't tell me otherwise.
And they also shipped them directly to the operators.
Of course.
Directly.
At a time when selling 2,000 units was good and 10,000 was a runaway hit, Nutting Associates sold approximately 1,100 computer space machines. Where the hell did you even get that number?
That's a random number, yes.
It's Bushnell said 1,300 to 1,500, and that and they probably did. They made 1,500.
Yeah.
By that time, however, Bushnell had left Nutting Associates. I mean, not at the beginning. I mean, like they probably sold most of their stuff already by the time he left, and embarked on his next entrepreneurial venture. It's not entrepreneurial to go and join a company.
That was basically his first entrepreneurial adventure.
Yeah.
Unless you count the campus company, which I do wonder if it ever actually existed. But
he and Dabney founded their own company. They called it Atari. Bushnell and Dabney founded Atari in June 1972 and began work on a virtual tennis game called Pong. Them. Nobody else. Alex, nobody else was involved.
Nobody else.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Nobody else.
Don't look at me like that.
In fact, Dabney was barely involved. It was Bushnell. Bushnell invented Pong. For sure.
Landing in bars and arcades almost
Oh,
one
wow.
year
They've
to the
expanded
day.
their audience. Computer space was only going into arcades. Pongs and bars.
Oh, almost 1 year to the day after computer space, because he knows. He knows exactly when. Pong was the perfect game for introducing the public to computer games. Easy to play and requiring no explanation. The instructions read.
It needs no explanation, but here's the instructions.
Deposit quarter. Ball will serve automatically. Avoid missing ball for high score. Launched at a time when arcades had mostly electromechanical games and pinball.
Pinball are also electromechanical games. Moving
Yes. Pong looked like the future! Instead of toy rifles or model cars. There wasn't that many model cars. Well, I mean, if you count the Speedway things, but I count
and
that as
some
kind
video games had toy rifles.
Yes. It had a TV tube that many people mistook for a computer screen. Yeah, because they'd seen computer screens.
I mean, there's really no difference by the time it hits the screen.
Pinball machines were expensive to build and required regular maintenance. Video games definitely don't require regular maintenance. Don't ask me how many things are broken.
Video games were also expensive to build and required regular maintenance, but probably less maintenance than pinball machines.
Manufacturing Pong machines was relatively cheap. I don't know about that. And the circuitry was reliable.
In fact, that's the other thing, comparing the repairability of pinball machines and that. Pinball machines are easier to fix, whereas video games you need to understand, like electronics.
Just get out the wrench and the hammer and you fix the pinball.
And that was one of the real fears that operators had when Computer Space was first being marketed, is that they wouldn't be able to service the games if they bought them.
And that fear persisted, and Atari and later Gremlin were some of the biggest people in terms of changing that opinion with their service schools and such.
Exactly.
They also gathered quarters by the ton, while other machines generally ended the week with 40 to 50 in their cash boxes. You are basing this on nothing, Kent. Nothing. We have read the magazines. You do not have this information. Pong routinely brought in $200. Atari's first game was an instant hit. By the end of 1974, Bushnell's little startup had sold more than 8,000 Pong machines. That is technically true, but it was earlier than the end of 1964.
Yes, it was the middle of 1974, because the article was from July.
Yes. Despite other companies building Pong-like knockoffs, Bushnell referred to his imitators as jackals. The arcade business was small and insular. You know, small on a grander scale, I guess, but, you know. Companies like Ramtech mentioned, Meadows Games, Williams Manufacturing. It wasn't Williams Manufacturing anymore. And ironically, Nutting Associates, how's that ironic, joined the ever-widening field of jackals marketing Pong-style games. They labeled their games hockey and handball and soccer, but in the end, they all played like Pong.
I mean, hockey, handball, and soccer didn't exactly play like Pong, but sure.
Ever the restless entrepreneur, Bushnell recognized an overcrowded field when he saw one, so he instructed his engineers, his all-one engineer, to come up with games that didn't involve tennis. Except tournament table, right, Dale?
Yes.
I love how it says he instructed his engineers as if it's like the army or something. Yeah, he's like the leader. Yeah.
Atari released 2 games. Spacky Rocky, a game in which players guided rockets through a field of stars. Asteroids, as they raced to the top of the screen. Yes. And Gotcha, a 2-player tag-like game. Neither game sold particularly well. They sold fine.
You said 2000 was good in that period, and Gotcha may have sold more than that. What is it, Kent?
In 1974, Atari released its first driving game, Grand Track 10. Later that year, Key Games, a division of Atari disguised as a competitor, added combat to the mix with a game called Tank. And 1 year later, Midway Manufacturing released an Old West-themed shootout game called Gunfight, not one word, the first game to include a microprocessor, asterisk. The original version of Gunfight was created by Tomohiro Nishikado, who would go on to create Space Invaders. When Taito, the Japanese publisher, licensed the game to Midway for U.S. production, an engineer named Dave Nutting led a team, like 2 guys, that updated the game with an 8-bit Intel 8080 chip. Dave Nutting's brother, Bill Nutting, was the founder of Nutting Associates, the company that built Computer Space. I mean, that's
Dave Nutting was not an engineer. He was an industrial designer.
True. But most of that is actually accurate.
Yes.
Bushnell sold Atari to Warner Communications for $28 million in 1979. This is extremely important to me talking about why the arcades are no longer around. Though he continued on as chairman. Wasn't he still like CEO? Like... Chairman and
co-CEO officially, I think. Okay. Keenan and he were co-CEOs, and then Keenan was president and he was chairman.
The relationship soured, and he was forced out in 1978. Well, Kent did say the other thing.
That's right.
As it turned out, it was Bushnell's departure from Atari that set the scene for the golden age of arcade.
Yes, exactly. Because you see, he was single-handedly keeping Space Invaders out of the West. He was like, that game will never come to America. And then as soon as he left, it came to America. True story.
That's just how it works. It's just how it works. The manufacturing side of the business was steady, but it wasn't growing because of the limited number of businesses that carried arcade games. The chief locations were bars, bowling alleys, pool halls, and amusement centers such as Coney Island. Yeah, that's the only place.
Castle existed by this time for several years.
But Bushnell figured out a means for circumventing that problem, Alex. While at Atari, he'd begun looking at a way to grow the industry, that is, to encourage more operators to open arcades. The answer was obvious, Alex. When arcades made more money, arcade owners would open more locations. But how to make the business more lucrative? His answer was to create a captive audience.
Oh, Christ. I forgot this part of the book.
As he considered the kinds of locations people willingly visited where they were held hostage for an extended period of time, Bushnell stumbled upon the idea of installing arcade games in a pizza parlor.
I thought it was going to be in S&M establishments, but okay, pizza parlors.
To make his pizza parlors more attractive, he added an animatronic kids show with the robotic animals. As he would later describe it, it was... Oh, you gotta bring back your Bushnell.
Who does?
You.
Oh, I have one? A scaled-down version of the Enchanted Tiki Room at Disneyland.
Jumpman.
If you go back to the 80s, it was mostly entertainment for teenage boys, so there were all kinds of laws. We still come across them sometimes when cities zoned them out because they didn't want teenage hangouts. Smoky dens of iniquity was the term they came up with a lot of the time.
Were they wrong? But that doesn't, like, again, this is, well, he says before the 80s, but, like, it's really an 80s thing.
Yeah. Shopping mall arcades? What are those? They don't exist in Kent's world.
Nope. Bushnell named his creation Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater. I think it was just Pizza Time Theater at first.
Yes, and Bushnell completely created all of that, including the name. No one else.
No, there was Gene who? Gene, I don't know no Gene.
Lipkin. You're thinking of Gene Lipkin. No, he wasn't involved in Chuck E. Cheese. No.
No.
I kid. Gene Landrum.
Though Warner Communications acquired the rights to Chuck E. Cheese when it purchased Atari, no, because it hadn't opened yet. It opened under Warner. Warner executives saw little future in arcade-themed pizza parlors. After leaving Atari, Bushnell purchased the rights to Chuck E. Cheese for $500,000. He opened the first location, then a second, before franchising his restaurants nationwide.
It's not, to my understanding, that they saw no future in it. It's that they didn't want to be an operator. And yes, I know they later owned Malibu Grand Prix, but I don't think they wanted to operate restaurants is what it was. Not that they couldn't see
being in the food
potential
business is a separate thing. So
from being in the location business. Exactly. They just didn't want to be in the food business. Who can blame them?
Chuck E. Cheese rehabilitated the face of the arcade business, originally seen as places of truancy. Bushnell's rat as their poster child. The arcades became a place to go for preteen birthday parties.
That's why you only open in the late afternoon.
My second birthday in 1983 was at a Chuck E. Cheese.
My birthdays from like 5 to 9 or something like that were at Chuck E. Cheese. But like the 9th birthday, people didn't want to come because that was aging out at that point.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you a single video game I played at Chuck E. Cheese. I can just tell you that the pizza was very bad.
Yeah.
And that's in the 90s. It
was bad in the 80s, too.
The first Chuck E. Cheese opened in 1977. The timing couldn't have been better, for there were no arcades. The first arcade mega hit from Japan was just a year away.
It was perfect timing. In one more year, this was going to be great. Perfect timing.
In another 13 months, video games would become an international obsession.
I would define the golden age of arcades as beginning with Space Invaders in Japan in 1978 and concluding in 1982 with what we call the Pac-Man series. That would be Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man. I would say the boom was more or less a 5-year bubble, which was mostly defined by really excellent machines, starting with Space Invaders, touching base with Defender, Donkey Kong, and a few good Atari games.
Just as the American arcade business got its jump start from the entrepreneurial Nolan Bushnell, nobody else, the Japanese industry had a hard-driving entrepreneurs as well, and none of them were native Japanese, not at all. Now, some of the aggressive entrepreneurs were transplants from other countries: Marty Bromley, Dick Stewart, and Ray Lemaire, the founder of Service Games.
Service Games was not part of the establishing the arcade, the game center industry. They were in other things.
We're U.S. expatriates. So was David Rosen, the founder of Rosen Enterprises. Later, Rosen merged his company with Service Games to create Sega Enterprises. Though many of Japan's top arcade manufacturers were owned by foreigners, 2 of the biggest were founded by locals. Namco founder Masaya Nakamura was born and raised in Japan, as was Hiroshi Yamauchi, the Nintendo heir who converted his family's Hanafuda card company into a video game giant. Hanafuda cards are play cards used for several games, a few of which may include gambling. Traditionally, cards are used for gambling were to be destroyed after every game, making manufacturing cards especially lucrative business. Okay. Like Service Games and Rosen Enterprises, the Taito Trading Company started out as an importer. Founded by a Ukrainian immigrant named Michael Kogan in 1953, Taito imported vending machines and jukeboxes into Japan. No pachinko. And ultimately morphed into a manufacturer instead.
They were an importer and manufacturer, thank you very much, at the same time, which is possible.
In 1973, Taito began an aggressive expansion into the fleeting video games business with Astro Race. That wasn't their first. A game that looks suspiciously similar to Atari Space Race. And
because it was.
Yes.
Good old Marty Carlucci.
Possibly. It is a thing that we have heard. But that will have to wait for the Spaghetti Wars article. But that nobody will understand what I mean by that. No, when people refer to 1978 as the beginning of the Golden Age, they are referring to the release of Space Invaders, a game that took Japan by storm. Space Invaders was so popular that several family-run grocers replaced their produce with Space Invaders machines and turned their stores into tiny neighborhood arcades, game centers, as a wave of one-game arcades opened across Japan.
Yes. Several
would have been-
family-run grocers, which means like about 4 to 10 across the entire country, is how I would interpret several.
Which must have been really, really annoying for the people living there, having to go even further just to get food.
But thankfully, it's Japan, so they have actual infrastructure. So, Taito licensed Space Invaders to Midway Manufacturing in the United States, where the game became a runaway hit. But it wasn't the only hit that year.
Oh my god.
Atari Football, a game that had players blistering their palms on the trackballs the size of a billiard ball. Dale, confirm? I'm going to say he confirms. It was every bit as popular as Space Invaders in the United States until January 21st, 1989, the day that...
Hold on. Billiard ball?
Yeah, I think it's bigger than that.
Bowling balls, yes. Bowling ball, 9 candlepin bowling ball size.
The day the Steelers beat the Cowboys in Super Bowl 13. Once the football season had ended, Americans lost all interest in football.
Not according to the replay and playmeter charts, which showed it still being quite popular in the months following in 1979.
Yeah, I don't even know where he got that story, but, it was in Volume 1.
It was.
And I mean, most of this is just a repeat of Volume 1, because you
know,
can't trust
I don't
your reader
understand
to,
what's
like...
happening.
It's like, what are we doing here chronologically?
He's trying to set up that arcades were once a big thing, I guess.
That's right.
Space Invaders...
You got it. Okay, sorry. Go on. Yeah.
Space Invaders, on the other hand, proliferated. With the ongoing popularity of Space Invaders, arcade games started turning up in drugstores, fast food restaurants, and other unexpected locations. Get to play my man right now. Initially, I was going to say the Golden Age was from 1982 to 1982, the year of the peak before the crash. I guess that was like the Platinum Age. The really peak arcade age was from the late 70s to 1984, or something like that. Eugene Jarvis, creator of several classic games, including Robotron 2084 and Defender. No Narc! Where's the Narc? Come on.
That's right. Narc erasure.
In November 1979, Atari released Asteroids. At the time, selling 100,000 units still counted as a breakout, 10,000 units still counted as a breakout hit. Atari sold an astonishing 70,000 Asteroids machines worldwide, by the way, as we have determined from looking in logbooks.
And how many of them were lunar landers?
Not many. Lunar Lander did not sell well.
Well, no, because the first few were lunar
yeah.
landers.
But probably still
yeah.
not that many.
Yeah, they did like radar scope and converted the unsold ones.
Asteroids was Atari's all-time best-selling arcade machine, but it didn't even come close to beating Space Invaders. Taito sold 360,000 Space Invader machines worldwide. The only arcade game that outsold Space Invaders was Pac-Man, which sold 400,000 units worldwide. I don't know where that figure comes from.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I think 360,000 is what, because Taito put out those official figures, and you'd put them in your episode.
Yes.
Over the next 40 years, no other arcade game has ever come close to matching Pac-Man's sales record.
I thought it was 96,000.
That's Midway in the U.S.
You're not including
so, like, how do you make up the difference?
Right.
Like, Taito was a unique exception in Japan. I think there's 230,000 for Japan, for Space Invaders, just from them.
Yeah.
Alright.
Right. Whereas, Pac-Man was not... Yeah, I mean, it did fine in Japan, but it wasn't runaway hit like it was in the U.S., so the numbers were much lower there, and I can't imagine the rest of the world get you all the way to 400,000, but I don't know.
Because there was like the British version and the German version as well, which I think were quite obscure, but...
Yeah, and part of the issue in Europe was that there was a lot of pirating, so they wouldn't have
Yeah.
even sold that as many. So I want to know where that 400,000 comes from. It's online, but it doesn't have a source.
Of course.
Pac-Man
Like,
Battlezones.
hold on.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt, but you see, Ethan, they read the serial numbers.
Pac-Man Battlezone Centipede Rally X Missile Command 1980 was a good year.
One of these
for-
things is not like the other.
Also, Centipede was not 1980. He has once
Well,
again
that-
fallen into the trap.
That's also true.
Yes.
That's also true.
But yes, Rally X. Yes. 1980 was a good year for both arcade games and the arcade business. Clusters of video games began popping up in movie theaters, convenience stores, shopping malls, casinos, and hotels.
Yes. Before 1980, there were not video games in shopping malls. You heard it here first.
For the first time in decades, new arcades began opening around the country. That's just not true. That's
Oh my god, I forgot how bad this chapter was.
the growth of
I think I
arcades
skimmed-
became something of a worldwide phenomenon, with locations opening all over Europe and Asia as well. At some point, arcade games even moved into unexpected territories. In the late 1990s, a journalist touring North Korea slapped a picture of a coin-operated ER Kung Fu game in Pyongyang.
He was then arrested for espionage and
Yeah.
never heard from again.
The biggest year for arcades was 1981, the year Williams released Defender. Nope.
You've had multiple people in your block quotes so far say that 82 was the biggest year.
Atari
It's true.
Atari
So-
released Tempest. Nintendo released Donkey Kong, and Konami released Frogger. Frogger was licensed to Sega in the United States and in Japan. Konami did not release it in Japan.
Exactly. After their piracy problems with their earlier games.
Americans dropped an estimated 20 billion quarters into arcade machines that year. Well, I have the numbers, sir. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Yeah, you are. Okay, he is around correct. Yeah, 5 billion. It goes one way or another depending on your source and whatnot. But okay, he is about correct. Jacob, take a Van Burnham.
There was this. Oh wait, no. Sorry, up top right.
Yes.
Yeah. If I had to set a specific range, I'd say 1978 to 1982, starting with the breakout of Space Invaders to the height of the industry. It was all downhill after 82. I mean, you could push it to 84, but the business was in decline.
And never recovered, Alex. Never. There was never an uptick in revenue of video games in the arcade. It didn't happen.
Never.
As it began, 1982, it looked even more promising. Midway Manufacturing started the year by releasing the long-anticipated follow-up to Pac-Man. Miss Pac-Man wasn't exactly a sequel. It wasn't created by Pac-Man creator Toru Iwatani. It wasn't even made in Japan. Miss Pac-Man was created by MIT students who originally wanted to market it as an add-on board that arcade owners could attach to their existing Pac-Man machines to revitalize their business. Well, I guess to this day, Miss Pac-Man boards are made by taking Pac-Man board and adding a Miss Pac-Man PAL board. He did this PAL board thing again. What does that mean? Yeah. PAL. Midway bought the rights to the PAL board and began adding it to Pac-Man machines at the factory level instead, selling it as an all-new machine. I don't think they did it for that many. I think that they mainly did it as they were full games that were just Miss Pac-Man. It was the best-selling arcade game in U.S. history. Midway sold 115,000 U.S. Miss Pac-Man units in the United States. I've heard 105,000 more reliably. But the game went almost unnoticed outside the country. I don't think that's true.
Actually, another thing he got wrong about how Miss Pac-Man works. It's an expansion card and 2 ROM chips as well to change the graphics.
In 1982, a young arcade owner in Ottumwa, Iowa, named Walter Day began publishing a list of world record game scores, sensing a big story. Life magazine flew some of Day's champions, including controversial Donkey Kong champion Billy Mitchell. Okay, at least you put that in there. To Ottumwa for a photo shoot. The arcade industry out-earned the movie business in 1981 box office, but somewhere along the line, the business stalled. Americans simply stopped going to arcades. Oh. Okay, what does this say? Readers trying to understand this trend can mushroom and fade in such a span of years might consider the recent frozen yogurt craze. That's from like 2013 or something like that, Ken. Jesus. I mean, I was in a major city when it happened. I remember, and I like frozen yogurt, so I go there. But like, I remember that was not any time when you were finishing this book, Kent. You're not appealing to the youngsters. As editor-in-chief of Replay magazine, Eddie Adlam witnessed the implosion firsthand.
There was this distributor who was one of the biggest wholesalers of classic video games, who made millions and millions of dollars. The spigot just squeezed off, and he called me. He said, "Please, I need to talk to you." I said, "Why?" He said, "I have all of these people working here, but I don't have the money coming in from sales. What do I do?" I said, "I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't fire them." He said, "Why?" I said, "Because your wife is driving a Rolls Royce and it's parked in front of your business." They did enormously well, those people within the industry, those who made the machines, those who sold the machines, and those who operated the machines. Sadly, it didn't last forever. Many people remember not only the boom, but the bust. Our circulation started to drop off. We thought we were doing something wrong at first. I would talk to some of the wholesalers, what we called distributors, about what was going on. I remember one of them said to me that his business in 1 year had fallen 40%. Others said their business fell 60%.
Now, I get Eddie is trying to speak to someone who doesn't know a goddamn thing about this industry, but calling distributors just wholesalers is really funny.
Yeah.
They do way more than that. Most of the time, they were the people who, had to provide customer support and stuff for the machines. So they're not just wholesalers.
But yes, he was just trying to describe the concept to people who don't understand the business.
And as he said in the prior book, you can nail it to a specific time. So,
That's right.
It's the middle of going into the middle of 1982 is when things fall apart. But you can read about that in my book, and eventually Alex's book when he gets it out.
Yes.
Bankruptcies and closures ensued, but this was a Western phenomenon. And he's also saying, people just stopped going to arcades, but that wasn't. No. First, what happened is that you couldn't place any more arcade machines. And then the compounding issues went from there. In Asian countries like Japan and South Korea, arcades continued to thrive. Show me the evidence that South Korea was doing great in arcades in 1982. Companies like Namco, Capcom, Konami, and Sega fared well in 1982, though the drop in the US and European markets, okay, now you're just mentioning Europe here, certainly carved into their profits. Despite the crash, companies released...
And actually, the European market had started to dry up in 1981 because they had a big Space Invaders boom, but they did not have a Pac-Man boom or other things, so they were actually already in the decline.
Despite the crash, companies released some of the most iconic arcade games of all time, including such as Dragon's Lair, Cinematronics, 1983. Well, that should be Starcom. And Outrun, Sega, 1986. Players like Tom Russo and Kevin Bacchus would have noticed the arcades closing, but the games were still good. This was the golden age of the classic street arcade, which had 40 or 50 games in the storefront, under 100 games. You knew the owner of the arcade, and it was open till 4 a.m. It was a social scene, and everybody knew everybody, and they hung out there, and you guys that you played. That whole scene continued through the 80s, and was just big in the Mortal Kombat days. I guess that era ended with the introduction of the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. In terms of quarters and cash boxes, the golden age ended in 1982. Only one of the top grossing arcade games of all time, Street Fighter 2. Okay, tell me where you're getting the top grossing arcade games.
Wikipedia,
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. Pac-Man, Space Invaders, Street Fighter 2, Donkey Kong,
Yeah.
and Miss Pac-Man. No NBA Jam in here, I guess.
There is no reliable list of earners by coin drop.
Yes.
Anywhere. This is just full of shit.
Yeah. Because how would you get that data?
Exactly. However, 7 people in the Kindle ecosystem highlighted this paragraph.
Was released after 1982. As the 1980s continued, arcade games became more expensive, and the payoffs they brought in continued to shrink. Well, there were kits and there were, all this stuff. Ah!
They shrunk until 1985, and then they started growing again.
Yes. This wasn't the death of the arcade business, it was the front end of a brutal evolution. The industry began the process of natural selection at its Darwinian best. Oh, don't want to know what Kent thinks of, of society. The oversized, glitzy arcades, the dinosaurs of the industry with their acres of machines, were starved into extinction. These were the operations with 50,000 square feet of floor space, many in high-end locations such as the Royal Hawaiian Center in Waikiki, 6th Avenue in New York City, and the Las Vegas Strip. As the giants disappeared, a new age began. Outfit like Aladdin's Castle that didn't exist before this, E.K. Fernandez Fun Factory, and Tilt relocated to shopping mall. What?
Yes, they had not been in shopping malls before. Aladdin's Castle had never been. I believe Stephen King, in all seriousness, I believe Stephen King grew up in Hawaii, which is why he mentions both the Royal Hawaiian Center as well as E.K. Fernandez Fun Factory, which still exists. Fun Factory still exists. It is a chain, an arcade chain in the Hawaiian Islands. That's where I played arcade coin-op games in the late 1980s.
Wonderful. Expensive real estate with steady foot traffic and a concentration of teenagers. Nobody had figured it out before, Alex. Nobody.
Nobody. Bushnell had invented the pizza arcade, which really helped, but nobody had connected the dots from pizza arcades to shopping mall arcades.
In the late 1980s, it wasn't uncommon for large shopping malls to house competing arcades. Jumpman.
Sorry, caught there. The malls were difficult. The space was fairly expensive to rent, and the mall controlled your hours. You had to open whenever the mall opened. If you could get out of those leases and become more freestanding, you needed more capacity and more ancillary activities like bumper cars to generate traffic. You can't rely on mall traffic if you're going to be freestanding. Over the years, you saw a lot of people get out of the malls.
I just want to say credit where credit is due. I'm glad he talked to this guy, and that's a good quote. And it is, it is true. It captures kind of the move into family entertainment centers, which became the big thing, by the early 90s. And I'm sure he's right that, malls were becoming more difficult to work with a diminished interest, and it made sense to get your own space if you could, and that meant bringing in other kinds of entertainment. So I like that quote, even though we make fun of a lot here. I like that quote.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy, he's one of the major operators left in the country.
Exactly. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. The crash did more than decimate the army of independent operators running private routes. It demolished them. These were the small business owners, the part-time operators who took out loans so they could place games in grocery stores, restaurants, movie theaters, and other locations. Oh man, he's almost getting to something here. A few years earlier, it had looked like the boom would go on forever.
Our subscribers for Replay Magazine hit quite a few thousands, and then it started to fall off. We thought it was our fault until we realized the business was consolidating considerably. I'd ask subscribers, what's going on? And they said, there's guys out there who have maybe 18, maybe 24 locations that they worked part-time, and instead of finding $50, $40, maybe $80 in the cash can when they made a call to pick up the money, they'd find $5.75 in quarters in there, maybe $1.75. The phrase was, they're out of business and they don't even know it.
After 5 years of meteoric growth, Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater hit a tailspin. Trying to right the company, Nolan Bushnell attempted to take a more active role in management, and that was the problem. Many of his stockholders blamed him for the company's problems, and they probably should have. However, and Bushnell resigned the following year. By the end of 1984, the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection and was ultimately bought out and restructured. But, like, it's still around. You should, like, say who bought them. You know, that's a story.
It wasn't restructured. It was absorbed into a competitor.
And probably restructured after that.
Well, no, I mean, I'm sure they did some restructuring, but I mean, doing it that way makes it sound like the Chuck E. Cheese of today is just a restructured Chuck E. Cheese from back then, and that is not true.
Chuck E. Cheese adapted. Bushnell.
It became Showbiz Pizza.
Bushnell, who'd worked his way through college on a Carnival Midway, had fought to add skee-ball to his restaurants, along with traditional arcade games. He fought?
Skee-ball is a traditional arcade game, but anyway.
After his departure, as traditional video games brought in less business, the restaurants allocated more space to redemption and prize machines like skee-ball and claw machines. Jumpman.
The business shifted from mostly video games to redemption games or various prize games. Kind of like you just said.
Yeah.
Redemption games are games that are gambling for children. I mean, they give out tickets which you turn in for a prize versus a direct prize machine like a crane. Either way, they're rigged.
Yeah.
Those two categories comprise 80% plus in most arcades today.
It was my arcade. You know, especially Dave & Buster's. As American and European arcades began their long slide. I would like to see our European arcade numbers, but I don't know where those are. The industry remained relatively healthy in Japan, where the biggest arcade owners were the companies that manufactured the machines, overtaking Taito as the largest Japanese arcade operator in Japan somewhere between 1992 and 1995. What? You couldn't find it? Like, what?
Figure it out. Yeah.
All right. Sega.
It is true that Taito was the largest, though,
Yes.
for a long time, because the Space Invaders boom really allowed them to cement themselves in the operator biz.
Sega built both arcades and a video game-themed amusement park chain called Joypolis. Alex.
In the U.S., the golden age of arcade games, roughly from 1979 to 1983, was over. But in Japan, where the nation was enjoying the early updrafts of its 1980s stock and property market bubble, the arcade industry embraced the path that Outrun had illuminated. The ensuing race between arcade game makers such as Konami and Namco to produce ever more baroque creations has become the obsession of many of Japan's otaku.
Okay, this is the 2017 report. Jeez.
Yes.
Can't rely on that kind of stuff. But anyways,
No.
Some of Sega's Joypolis locations were a little more than glorified arcades. Others featured a mixture of real rides, virtual rides, and carnival attractions, along with enormous arcade floors. Sega opened 9 Joypolis locations in Japan and 2 more in China, but the erosion of the arcade business in the West eventually spread to Asia. Yes, it was it was an infection. There's no independent factors that could have
Also, this is Wonder Egg erasure, and I will not stand for it.
Yes.
Also, there were 2 of them in the West as well. There was one in England and one in Australia. They went by a different name, but they were Joypolis.
Yeah.
To date, Sega has closed 7 of its Japanese Joypolis operations. 5 Joypolis locations closed between 2000 and 2002 as Sega struggled for cash after the demise of the Dreamcast business. The most tragic thing that ever fucking happened in your life, Kent. All right, you get it.
Yes.
At their mid-1980s peak, there were 44,000 Game Center across Japan by March 2016, according to the Japan Amusement Industry Association. I don't think that's what it's called. There were just 4,856 registered with the authorities and an estimated 9,000 tiddlers with fewer than 50 machines apiece. 50 machines? That's a lot! Jesus! How's that a tiddler?
Tiddler.
Okay. Consolidation. Arcade operators weren't the only ones hurt by the dramatic evolution of the industry. With fewer and fewer arcades to buy their games, many of the companies that manufactured games went under. Warner Communications divided Atari into consumer and coin-op divisions, then sold off the controlling shares of the coin-op division to Namco in 1985. Controlling.
That is not an accurate depiction of what happened. But sure.
Atari founder Nolan Bushnell made a failed attempt to purchase Atari Games in 1996. Wasn't it later than that? But I don't remember. Riding high on its Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam franchises. It's not an NBA Jam franchise, really. They had the one. WMS Industries outbid him. Atari Game, because it would have been totally better if Nolan had control of it. Yeah. Atari Games was renamed Midway Games West and lasted another 10 years. When Midway Games filed for bankruptcy in 2009, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment bought Midway's assets. After a 25-year hiatus, Atari arcade assets once again belonged to Warner Communications. Maybe? Kind of? It's confusing. Midway went bankrupt. They had an auction and Warner Brothers brought out their assets. The real asset that had value was the Mortal Kombat business, the games and teams and so forth. They opened a studio in Chicago called NetherRealm. Ed Boon, co-creator of Mortal Kombat franchise, is one of the prime movers there. His team's got over 200 people. It's the biggest studio in Chicago, one of the bigger studios in the country, probably. I feel like Jellyvision probably outpaced them, but that's me having extremely local knowledge of game production here. So, they've taken the Mortal Kombat fighting game concept and broadened it to embrace superheroes. He did that in Injustice game, Injustice: Gods Among Us, which is kind of an interesting dark turn in the whole thing. Time Warner also owns DC Comics. Injustice: Gods Among Us is a Mortal Kombat-style fighting game featuring Batman, Joker, Superman, Wonder Woman, and other DC superheroes and supervillains. Also, like, the last major game that Midway put out was DC versus Mortal Kombat. So, that was being primed for a while. Midway and Atari weren't the only U.S. arcade manufacturers facing financial ruin at the time. At what time? What time are you talking about? The U.S. branch of the Japanese game giant Taito America, which created the game Kicks, also closed in 1996. Like, this is a very long. Oh God, D. Gottlieb and Company
spanned like 4 decades.
D. Gottlieb and Company, a pinball titan that had also ventured in the video game space, closed in 1996 as well. Nope.
That is incorrect.
Yes.
Premier Technologies is not D. Gottlieb and Company.
Cinematronics, the pioneering company that started out making vector games like Tail Gunner and Star Castle. Yes, definitely their early games. Before hooking up with former Disney animator Don Bluth to create the iconic Laserdisc game Dragon's Lair, nobody else, was bought out by Tradewest, which in turn was bought out by WMS Industries in 1994. That's actually correct. He's just missing some steps. But
yes.
In 1996, Universal Studios and DreamWorks SKG, the SKG and DreamWorks SKG stood for director Steven Spielberg, former Walt Disney Studios chairman Jeffrey Gasberg, and recording and film video David Geffen. Thanks.
Thank you very much,
man. Well, this is very important information when we're talking about the arcade. Yes. Teamed up with Sega to bring an Americanized version of Joypolis to the United States, spearheaded by an Atari alumni named Skip Paul. You're not going to explain what he did at Atari, but whatever.
Or at Universal before then.
GameWorks Studios opened a 35,000 square foot location in Seattle, Washington. GameWorks Seattle didn't have Joypolis's enormous half-pipe canyon snowboarding simulation or its Gekion Live indoor roller coaster, but it did have a 2-story tall shooting game complete with elevator chairs that rose and dropped as players shot enemies.
Because it wasn't actually a Joypolis transplant. Spielberg and Paul came up with the idea and brought Sega in, not the other way around.
Seattle was only the first stop. In short order, the company also opened large venues on the Las Vegas Strip just outside Chicago in a suburb called Schaumburg, while experimenting with smaller, more traditional arcades in malls.
There was a GameWorks and a mall in Columbus when I lived there. I went there a few times. That was my Dave and Buster's. It was GameWorks.
That's interesting that they chose Schaumburg because that's where Sega Pinball was based. So I wonder if that was a coincidence or.
There's not that many, places outside Chicago that are important enough to put a test of something. Schaumburg is pretty big. Outer suburb, I guess you call it. Universal Studios wasn't the only movie amusement park company jumping into the business. In 1998, Disney opened a lavish 1,000 square foot virtual amusement park called Disney Quest inside downtown Disney section of Disney World in Orlando, Florida. Disney Quest featured a virtual reality magic carp ride over Agrabah, the city where the movie Aladdin takes place, and a roller coaster attraction which guests designed roller coasters on computer stations and then rode their creations in private state-of-the-art 3D virtual reality pods. Of course, go look at the Defunct Land video if you want to know more.
Yes.
I'm just imagining what that was like. Like, think how clunky those bloody roller
Well, go look at the
coasters would have
Defunct
been.
Land video.
No,
You
no,
need
but I'm
imagine
saying,
no longer. No, go ahead.
no, but I'm saying more along the lines of you're having amateurs design roller coasters, with almost no engineering skills whatsoever. There's
No,
gonna be a lot
you're
of sharp
having them
bumps.
decide the ride vehicles, which they have that, and then later on the test track redesign years later, which is fine.
Jumpman.
Disney had a vision. They wanted to create the Disney experience in communities around the country on a smaller scale. So they bought everything out. Disney Imagineering did a lot of the concepts on the games, and we, the Pinnacle Entertainment Group, did the operation. We were the FEC, the Family Entertainment Center, voice in the room.
Yeah, the one that, okay, see, he's going to talk about the Chicago one. Based on Disney Quest popularity in Orlando, Disney opened a second location in Chicago in 1998. The building is still there. It's a Disney store now, but I have been down there. Unfortunately, I was never here when it was still operating. Work began on a third location in Philadelphia, with 2 more locations to be announced in the near future. But the Chicago location didn't draw the kind of business Disney executives had expected, and it closed in 2001. After the Chicago site closed, Disney stopped work on the Philadelphia site and abandoned any future Disney Quest projects. Again, Defunct Land. How could Disney Quest, with its state-of-the-art attractions and Disney-esque themes, have failed? I mean, Disney doesn't succeed at everything they do.
Eyes. No.
I mean, remember, this was an Eisner project, so, it was too grand, it was too
Remember
big.
Disney's America?
On a practical level, grand and big experiences translate into expensive prices. At a time when admission to Disney World was $41, general admission to Disney Quest was $45, $39 for kids under 10. Obviously, Kent took his kids there, so he remembers. At that price, locals might visit once out of curiosity, but they wouldn't return on a regular basis the way they might to a neighborhood arcade.
The one in Orlando did last for a long time. I don't know why that's in square brackets, but they just closed it last year, 2017. It's different when Chicago has a lot of tourists, but it's different when they're going for a lot of things. People were going to Orlando for entertainment and for Disney. You can have something that's very expensive and high-end, and you don't have to worry about getting repeat business, because you have a new crop of people coming every week from all over the world. Disney wanted to make Disney Quest more like a billboard. They didn't want to build these things for a community, they wanted a billboard. So why the fuck didn't they just buy a billboard? They wanted to be in Times Square. They wanted to be in downtown Chicago. They wanted to be in all the high-end real estate. It's really hard to make enough money with those kind of rents. Yeah, because I bet Disney is struggling.
I can kind of visualize the lead into the answer here. It's kind of like, well, did the Disney Quest one, did they last very long? It's like, yeah, the one in Orlando did. They just closed it last year. And then so on and so forth. Just kind of a leading question, sort of.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I mean, the Disney Store works well as a billboard. I'll tell you that much. Lots of people in there all the time. It's in the upscale shopping district here. Yeah. Spurred on by an initial show of consumer enthusiasm, GameWorks spread from California to Philadelphia, attracting local media attention with big opening events and state-of-the-art games. GameWorks was Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time Theater deja vu. It built too many locations too quickly. Like Disney Quest, GameWorks was too expensive to attract a regular crowd. As a nod towards its classic arcade heritage, most of the locations included a bank of old machines like Pac-Man, Missile Command, and Robotron 2084. But at GameWorks,
What? No Rally X?
but at GameWorks, these machines cost $1 per game instead of the quarter players paid back in the 80s. Overpriced. Overpriced and unable to compete with the newer and flashier machines of the time, the old games sat unused.
I believe you'd like to comment on that, Kate.
Comment on what?
He's talking about vintage machines charging $1 a game instead of quarters.
Oh, yeah, but that's a video for another time.
Good plug.
The manager of the Seattle location later complained that he needed to patrol the classic games alcove at least once an hour to stop couples from going in there to make out. Well, come on, where's the citation, Kent? Come on. You coward! You coward! It wasn't just the old games that disappeared. In the Seattle location, the two-story elevator game sat out of order for months or was eventually removed. Despite the initial excitement over the high-end arcade with a full-service bar and its connection to Steven Spielberg, GameWorks Studios lost its initial momentum. While several GameWorks locations still exist, most have closed down. The studios that remain have evolved. What studios? What? Instead of featuring both a high-end snack bar and a bar, they now have bar restaurants serving for full meals. GameWorks locations now feature a full line of redemption games and a changing business model that has included meal and game specials and games by the hour deals.
Yes, they've become Dave & Buster's.
Okay. Eat, drink, play.
The big change over the last 10 years is that most of the facilities have real food and beverage component, not a snack bar. Dave & Buster's figured that out a long time ago.
In 1975, David Corriveau opened a saloon in Little Rock, Arkansas called Cash McCool's. 3 years later, James Buster Corley opened a bar called Buster's right next door. The two entrepreneurs decided to go into business together. They moved to Dallas and opened a bar restaurant called Dave & Buster's. With Corley running the bar/restaurant and Corriveau in charge of the games and entertainment, Dave & Buster's became a Chuck E. Cheese experience for adults. When he began sketching his Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Time theaters, yes, Bushnell, he made all the concept art, and he...
all of it. Mm-hmm. The entire idea.
Bushnell had reasoned that the quality of the pizza wouldn't matter. Kids would still drag their parents to his restaurants so that they could play the games and watch robots. In the Dave & Buster's formula, children could enter the restaurant, but not the bar, meaning the quality of the food mattered. Kids happily put up with...
Because the kids... You couldn't get the kids drunk? Is that why the quality of the food mattered? Because they couldn't enter the bar?
Kids happily put up with bad pizza. Adults were a different matter. The food
Kids did not happily put up with bad pizza. Thank you very much.
And we were East Coast kids. So I remember that pizza. Oh, man. The food and drinks at Dave & Buster's had to be good, and so did the games. With floor space at its biggest locations measuring 70,000 square feet, Dave & Buster's had room enough to cater to many demographics: a restaurant and redemption games for families, a bar and pool hall for singles, and an arcade with games for players of all ages.
That's Dave & Buster's, not at all representative of the coin-operated games business. That's really a specialized situation. There are arcades within those places, but you wonder, is this an arcade that sells beer, or is this a bar that has games? It's definitely an arcade that sells food and drink. There's nothing better than them. They're the state of the art. It's leaps and bounds beyond what anyone else is doing in this business.
As one of the founding members of the Xbox team, Kevin Bacchus's name carried a certain
we're back here again.
in the video game industry. After leaving Microsoft, he eventually took a job as Dave & Buster's Senior Vice President of Entertainment and Game Strategy. And I'm remembering now, like, when we saw the pinball movie, he was behind me. Yeah, that was him. I forgot. He did not sound like a Southern gentleman. We provide balance. We want to offer a comprehensive night out for people, and the games are a means to an end. The end being a social experience with your friends when there's drinks and meals, and there's games and prizes. That's sort of where things are now. We're growing like crazy across North America. We do $1.3 or $1.5 billion in revenue every year. I can't complain. Asked if Dave & Buster's is an adult Chuck E. Cheese, Bacchus acknowledged the comparison, but offers an explanation. It's overly simplistic. Another way you could look at it is we are a sports bar with the latest interactive entertainment. We try to create an environment that at different times of the day, on different days of the week, are places where 20-somethings can congregate and have a drink and play some games and have a social experience, and where families can come at other times. We don't advertise directly to kids. We advertise to families that have kids, whereas Chuck E. Cheese focuses exclusively on kids. Refusing to die. Jacob.
Is that a quote?
Yeah, it's...
okay. Right. The pace of arcade game releases has moderated from a 1990 splurge of several games a month to a 2017 splutter of a few games per year.
In 2001, Midway Games released The Grid, a fast-paced third-person shooter in which players control contestants competing for cash and prizes in a murderous TV game show. This was anything but new territory for Midway's games. Critics described The Grid as a 3D version of Smash TV, a 2D game in which players controlled a contestant competing for cash and prizes in a game show that was an updated version of Robotron 2084, the iconic arcade shooter that introduced the mechanism of having two joysticks, one for moving and one for shooting.
We covered a lot of ground there.
Mortal Kombat co-creator Ed Boon led the design team, which just about guaranteed fast-paced, over-the-top gore, Easter eggs, and an obligatory cameo appearances of Mortal Kombat characters. Yes, because he had control over that, him specifically. Yes. The Grid holds a special place in arcade history. It was the last arcade game Midway ever released. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Midway Games, along with merged parties, Bally and Williams Manufacturing, produced such arcade classics as Defender, Tapper, Joust, NBA Jam, Narc, NFL Blitz, and Robotron 2084. Then went out of business in 2009.
Yes, they had the rights to the old arcade video games of Bally and Williams. They were not merged with either of those companies.
One of the casualties of the closure was arcade legend Eugene Jarvis. Well, hold on here. Who'd begun a star career in the 1970s designing double-wide pinball tables.
No, he was one of the casualties. He was shot and killed by the sheriffs when they were coming in to take possession of everything in the bankruptcy, and he was trying to defend it.
Well, he shot the sheriff, but he didn't shoot no deputy, so... who had begun his storied career in the 1970s designing double-wide pinball tables.
There's that nonsense again.
For pre-Warner Atari. No, it was not pre-Warner Atari at all.
Not pre-Warner, yeah. Lies, all lies.
And also, he was programming them. He didn't design them.
Yeah, he didn't design the tables.
After leaving Atari, Jarvis moved to Chicago, the hub of the U.S. coin-op industry, and took a job with Williams, where he designed a long lane of arcade hits, including Defender, Robotron 2084, and Cruisin' USA.
Technically, there was a brief period in South America, but yeah, it's
where he got lost. Midway had just closed down pretty much all their development. They were becoming a console company. They laid me off and a couple other guys, and we were sitting around asking, what should we do? We had such fun doing the arcade business, and we thought there was still a business, maybe a smaller business, maybe a niche industry. There was a lot of really exciting technology. All the NVIDIA cards and PC technology was getting very interesting. Of course, we're not going to talk about that in this book. You know, that's irrelevant. No. We thought that maybe doing arcade games based on PCs, if you can't beat them, join them. The cool thing was we would kind of have an edge on consoles because consoles start a new generation every 6 or 7 years, while PCs get better every year. As those games go by, arcade games become better than console games for a few years. That gave us an edge in hardware technology. So it was, hey, no sense in crying in your craft beer. Let's just join the winning team. We started out, it was like 3 guys. Myself, Andy Eloff, and Deepak Dio. We hired a few more guys after a year. We maybe had 10 or 12 guys. Jarvis named the new studio Raw Thrills. And I get to brag that he took me into the back. It was great. Great experience. In the quickly vanishing landscape of the arcade industry, opening Raw Thrills sounded misguided as bigger and more established companies were going out of business. Sorry, what do you got? Raw Thrills wasn't the last arcade manufacturer in the world. Several companies existed in Japan. Sega and Namco continued building arcade games in the United States. Play Mechanics continued making traditional games, while other arcade companies such as Ice Games, Innovative Concepts and Entertainment, and Baytech focused more on redemption.
If I believe Sega actually holds the world record for like largest arcade manufacturer in the world or something like that.
Probably.
Or longest serving. It's something like that.
I think it would depend on whether, merged companies count and all this stuff, but anyways. Jarvis's first project was a driving game based on Universal Studios' The Fast and the Furious franchise, but the game was held up by licensing issues. Oh, jeez. I thought this chapter wasn't that long. Okay, I don't think we're going to get to the end of the chapter. We'll get to the next break, and then we'll have to finish up the chapter next time, because it is getting quite late. We realized we were going to be broke before this thing gets out there, and we needed to get a game out quickly. We always loved Area 51 and Maximum Force, the shooting games with the real actors. What would take a modeler a week to do, you can do with a movie camera 20 times better. Better? Okay. After temporarily shelving the Fast and the Furious game, Jarvis and Company began designing a shooter on rails called Target Terror, in which players blasted terrorists and they attacked the Golden Gate Bridge, Denver International Airport, and Los Alamos National Laboratory. This was well-trodden territory found in such games as Area 51, Maximum Force, Lethal Enforcers, and
such recent games.
Yes. Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
They weren't. Area 51 was not particularly recent.
No. Or any of those others.
Or any of the others, but I'm just saying, what the heck?
Still, like Jarvis's other project, Target Terror represented Jarvis's irreverent sense of humor. Instead of having a typical duck shoot bonus round, Target Terror had players shooting turkeys dressed in suicide vests. And in another minigame, players fired explosive golf balls at terrorists on a driving range. When we came out, we kind of hedged our bets doing an arcade game that could also be a console game because we weren't sure of the arcade industry. Konami released a Wii version of Target Terror in 2008. Okay.
Good to know.
After that, we realized arcade games and console games are so different that you can't have something that goes both ways. At that point, we decided our expertise and experience was in arcade gaming. I think that was a big problem for Midway, too. Realizing that the audience had evolved, Jarvis and Company, that's what they should have called it, Jarvis and Company, attempted to evolve with it. Instead of making games for hardcore gamers in the dwindling pool of classic arcades, Raw Thrills manufactured games that dads might notice in a family entertainment center. As Jarvis described it, his company made games some group of guys might try on a guys' night out at Dave & Buster's.
Yeah. But no, he should have called it Jarvis Associates.
In 2004, Raw Thrills released its first Fast and Furious game. It didn't feature the voices or likenesses of Vin Diesel or Paul Walker, nor did it break new ground in driving game genre, but guys enjoying a guy's night out knew the Fast and Furious brand. Raw Thrills games weren't designed for the hardcore in mind. They were made for the general public. More Fast and Furious games followed, then a kid-friendly Mario Kart-style racing game called Nicktoons Nitro, along with a flashy coin-operated game of the console hit Guitar Heroes, built in conjunction with Activision and Konami. I have played the Guitar Hero arcade game.
I have
Apparently there was a huge legal mess with them at the time, but there was like some jurisdictions tried to label them as jukeboxes so that people would have to, like operators would have to pay extra, but...
That was a big thing in multiple, like, scenes, but yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get to the end of this Jarvis quote, and then we're gonna cut it off.
That's fair, yeah.
In 2014, Raw Thrills acquired Play Mechanics, a crosstown rival, not really a rival, founded by another Midway veteran, George Petro, who had worked with Jarvis on Narc.
Hey, there's Narc.
Yeah. Play Mechanics created a perfect yin to Raw Thrills Yang. Both companies specialize in making licensed games housed in elaborate cabinets.
So they're identical, so it's not a yin and a yang at all.
If anything, Play Mechanics games tended to be bigger and splashier than games made by Raw Thrills, including the two glowing-eyed Terminator heads glaring down from the top of the screen. Play Mechanics' Super Deluxe Terminator Salvation Machine was 85 inches tall and 98 inches wide and weighed 562 pounds. As the creator of the Big Buck Hunter games, which is, it's like, we're not going to talk about that. Like, okay. Then no golden tea here either. Oh, boy. Play Mechanics had also demonstrated the ability to create intellectual properties of its own. Without realizing it, Raw Thrills and Play Mechanics had tapped into a slowly emerging trend that was reshaping entertainment. There was this trend in arcades making things big. Have you ever seen Monster Drop? You're dropping this 3-inch ball 5 feet, maybe 3 feet, and you try and get it into the hole. And then some point they, Benchmark Games, made Monster Drop Extreme that's like 15 feet tall, and you're dropping this massive ball, and it was super popular. It's the same game, just scaled up by manufacturers. There's something exciting about huge things. So we felt like,
That's
hey,
what she said.
why not make a Space Invaders, but have it on a giant LED screen? You know, one of those Jumbotron LEDs like Sony had at the 2001 E3? No, Konami. Konami had it.
Konami had, that's right.
My partner, Play Mechanics founder George Petro, knew some guy at Taito. We got the license for Space Invaders, and then at the same time we got the line on doing Pac-Man. Then it was like, we'll do Pac-Man too. Well, we kind of shoveled the Space Invaders aside because Pac-Man, that's kind of the big dog. We love Space Invaders, but Pac-Man, everybody plays that. We did Pac-Man, it was cool. We changed it to a 2-player game, just added 2-pack guys running around. That did great. Then maybe a year passes and we get a bill from Taito for our license fee, and we're like, oops! And we get the Space Invaders game going. Alright, we're going to stop there for tonight, and we'll talk about the world's largest Pac-Man and the rest of the arcade next time. Yeah, I didn't expect this to... I thought this chapter was shorter than the others, but, nope.
Yeah. It's the one arcade chapter, so he crams everything into it.
Except actual relevant information.
Oh my god.
Well, so kind of like carve through a bunch of other stuff to try and get the specific arcade bits in.
Yeah. Some of the individual tidbits are good. Obviously, he shouldn't have rehashed the entirety of the early industry, which was just stupid. But some of the stuff on Raw Thrills is good, and that Howard McAuliffe says about FECs is good, but could have been better structured.
That's the that should be the thing on the back of the book. Should have been better structured.
This book could have been an email. Oh, even
Any takeaways from tonight's reading?
Now I'm hungry for Dave and Buster's.
Their burgers were not bad at all.
It'd be interesting to I wonder if you could get in copyright trouble if you took like a paragraph by paragraph rip, except that you rewrote it correctly. And you could call it like the correct guide or the abridged. No, not abridged. What's the word? Amended. The amended guide to video games. And then every time you hit one of those block quotes, you could just quote his original book. You could footnote it. Just use a block
The
quote.
annotated version.
Well, that's
Yeah,
almost what you were doing, Alex, at the very beginning, right?
I mean, not really. I mean, because all the text, I wasn't using his structure and I wasn't using his text. But when I very, very first started, we're talking like 2004, 2005. It was like, what if I just smushed together the relevant bits of Ultimate History of Video Games and High Score with a few other things? But it's like, I wasn't like literally smushing them together in terms of copying and pasting the text and putting it together. But yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I would rather just write something correct instead. to put it that way.
Back then, in 2004, I didn't know how many lies it all had. That changed very quickly.
Oh, that was me responding to Dale in that.
Oh,
sense. Yeah.
sorry, I didn't see. Yeah, in chat.
Oh yeah, yeah. It would be. I'm thinking it would be almost impossible in some cases because you would have to strike entire paragraphs. Or
I mean, the first thing he talks about in the book is this lie thing about fucking Bejeweled. That's probably not even gonna factor in again, and it's like, how does this work in a book where what your thesis is? Like, I don't understand what that has to do with anything.
Ultimately,
this book
it
has a
will
thesis?
it will take a serious rewrite.
The thesis is, here's what was in my notes.
Yes.
The
thesis is, boy, did the console industry throw some wild parties in the early 2000s.
And I'm an Access journalist, and I got to be there. This lengthy chapter on this is a weird thing. It almost seems like a bit of filler.
I mean, it is aside from everything else. I think it's good that he decided to cover this, but he also just here's the lead up to the 80s. Oh, the early 80s was big. Now we're gonna skip everything to get to the 2000s. Yeah,
and then call it the arcade review. I can't remember specifically what he covers in that time frame in the previous book. It's chronologically, it's completely out of sequence.
He basically doesn't do it like he says. It was big in the early 80s. Nothing happened. Street Fighter 2.
Yeah. And then you have Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat, and then nothing happens after that.
Right.
So, yeah. Kent continues to frustrate, baffle, and entertain us, not in ways that he expected, but ways that we definitely deserve.
There's a new 2-hour interview with him that just dropped on the Matt chat. I have not watched it, but I saw it in my feed.
Well, if anybody wants to be brave enough to watch it and find us a choice clip, we will play it on the next time we read this together.
We got to see if he mentions Volume 3.
Oh God, I hope not. But,
Praying for Volume 3. Big thick one, Stephen. Big and thick. 600, 700 pages. Let's go.
We need to wedge another door open. I mean,
imagine where would he go with it? Anyway, I don't want to think about that.
Lenny Herman's about to release Phoenix 5, and it's been split into 2 books that are equally humongous.
And it's held up my book.
It has. That is the whole reason.
We literally confirmed this with Jeremy. He said it without prompting.
Without prompting. I've been saying it to Ethan for months. It's like he is just busy editing that Phoenix monstrosity, and then that was correct.
Yep.
Doesn't Phoenix 5 though contain essentially the updated information of its predecessors?
Well, yeah. So it's a year by year chronicle of, from 1972 to the present, literally the present. Because I'm friends with him on Facebook, so I see stuff he posts there. There is a 2026 chapter in the book that covers the first half of 2026.
Right. So it naturally it not only gets bigger by research, it obviously gets larger because of the addition of games. It is now
Yes.
erupted into a second volume, probably because the binder can't put the spine together.
Exactly.
Extra
It
cost.
was going to be like a memory of light, Alex.
That's right.
We have to charge you more if it's 1,800 pages. The book won't really hold together at 1,800 pages.
And remember, I had to cut down to 120,000 words, so...
What's that work out to in pages, you think?
Well, he did send me an estimate. It's...
350?
No,
400?
under that. Nope, under that. It's more like
250?
230.
Woo! Slender. Economical.
In softback. Because he also gave
Yeah.
me a thing for hardback as well.
I thought it was impressive that you just got rid of the word "the" throughout. I thought that was a bold choice.
And, you know, sometimes you do what you gotta do, even if the English language creaks under your choices.
That's right. I'm getting rid of the articles. There's your 100,000 words.
All right, we're gonna wrap up for the night here. Thanks all for coming by. Kent will return in part 4. Okay, bye.
Where a Kent can be a Kent.
Yeah.